All right.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
Vixerbot says,
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In the stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In the stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Like a bird. Yeah, so late stream today because I've been spending time with my 6-year-old. It's like vacation times, so. So, let's get started. I guess we'll continue with natives. I actually started the VM here already, so should be ready. Everything running. Right, so I hardly remember which one we were on even. Let's start notes too. I was hoping hop over here. Right, so yeah. Right, I was trying to remember where we were on the Daily Bugle because we need to continue that one too. We can't just stop, you know. We have to continue, especially since it's in the path. But where is the... It was so long ago only, that's why. I'm like, what were we doing? But I remembered a bit, so. 18? Yeah, so we just started this one as just opening the page and clicking the view source. Right, so that's what we did. Let's just check back the last few ones because I usually build and show the right. So the one previous, it was a password. And I didn't do much notes because it was very similar to the one previously. Yeah, so the only new thing with this one... Yeah, I feel blind. We didn't get any messages. That was the difference, right? So this one... Alright. Boolean again. So let's look at this one. Just don't remember. Yeah, so I think the 17 was the same as 15, but these lines were commented. So that's why I didn't make much notes, because it's like the same thing. Only we changed the code a bit to... And since the code is here, I didn't really put it. Let's open code so we can see that it's a bit nicer, right? With colors and everything. So we just added time here, checking the time, and if it finished more than... If it took more than 2 seconds. Because we did... Yeah, so I think I actually changed this to 5, because 10 is a bit... I'm not sure. Since we're just doing this for a few of them, yeah, I'm kind of sure I changed it to 5. Let's actually, by the way, hop to the calling machine. And let's open the last script. Alright, so this one was called, supposed to be called Find. And this is not the last one. The last one is time-based. Yeah. So I didn't use the same names for that one because it's kind of like... Let's actually make a comment up here, just saying that this is... So I've been doing so many of these too. That's funny. That's funny. You just need one. Comment, right? Yeah, so yesterday I didn't stream at all. And I stream Saturday that I usually don't, so vacation times, I'm thinking of changing my schedule to like vacation. I don't know, we'll see. I know that when we go to the country house, I won't be able to do as much, you know. Let's just confirm here. This is Nada's. So over the wire, Nada's 17. And this should be 15. Oh, let's just check. Confirm by comparing the files. Alright, and it's very obvious because it says 15 here, right? So this one says 17, so I don't have to check anything. Let's just copy all of this, which is what we actually want, and let's paste it on the Windows one. So I just pasted it here. Oh, and I pasted it in the wrong one. So let's paste it in the right one. And let's save this one. Close it. And then we'll do the same. Copy the number 15 to 15 with the comment here. And then we have this 16 too. So saving it. So it's nice to have this tiny comment. It doesn't, you know, do much, but so this is native 16. I don't want to copy it all, so let's just copy the comment again and change it to 16. Copy all of the thing to the 16. So I don't know what screen you're looking at, but look at this. So what happened? I'm kind of curious here. If we undo this way, I must have pasted it in some odd mode, you know? What on earth? Sometimes I must have clicked another key, you know? Some kind of paste special? I don't know. Anyway. Let's see if we paste this, whatever we have in the paste over here. It looks totally normal. And it's number 16. Well. Right, so the MDs we don't need to open in here, but we have also a PHP file for 11. And these are synced to the repo, that's why they're not colored. They go orange here when they're edited, I guess. And green are the new ones. M for modified. Yeah. Untracked. So well, let's just sit better here. Yeah, this was the funny one. And this one, yeah. Right, so this one we didn't actually run, it's not a Python script. So these are the only Python ones. Yeah, so let's continue and see what our next challenge is. I just wanted to check that we had, notes updated. We made already a screenshot of this one. Please log in with your admin account to retrieve credentials for Natus 19. So we're supposed to... We'll see when we read the code. Which we can do here, of course. Is valid admin login. If the username equals admin, right, so it will run this somewhere down there. And the function is valid ID. It's numeric ID. So it has to be a numerical thing. And create ID user. Global max ID. Here's max ID. Should be enough for everyone. Return rand. We'll see. Okay, a random one. Okay. I'm just curious. Right, so I noticed we have these things. Okay, this method of authentication appears to be unsafe and has been disabled for now. So ID is numeric. Global max ID rand. Return 1 max ID. Debug NSG. If a reiki exists, debug get. So this exists still. I remember this one. It feels like it was ages since I did these. It wasn't. What was it? Thursday, Friday? Long weekend. My session start. For exists. Cookie. Yeah. It's valid ID. So it's valid ID. It's numeric. So if the contents of the cookie is a numeric. If not, session start. Maybe we should go there, but let's continue reading first. So, debug session start failed. Return false, else debug session start okay. Okay, so this is what. Yeah, so it only prints debug messages in case we have the get debug flag that we have had. So, Reiki access admin session. Session was old admin flag set. Why do this and not just change the order of these? If session start okay. Would have been nicer, right? Doing backwards. And also these, let's tab these then, because, right, why not? Yeah, also that. That's wrong. Yeah, so it's an extra level that I missed somewhere. So rather, this one is supposed to go here. Because it was... No, it's here. So... let's see where it is. Here. There. So let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I feel a bit slow today. Actually, I just started to get tired when I started streaming, which is like typical, right? So here we have another if that's not indented, another one, and this one. Yeah, so it is just it goes behind my mic. So print credentials. If session and this admin and admin is 1. Okay, else you're logged in as a regular user. So instead of username admin, we have this apparently. Admin 1 here too. Admin 0 here. Backwards compatible secure. Yeah, so let's start at the actual start of the code, which is not the functions. I'll just... yeah, so this is where we want to go. We want it to be printed here. We're not... this time it's not database, it's cookie stuff again. So they hop back and forth. So let's just remind myself of the last one that was kind of like this. I think it's this one. No, this is a database. Oh, this was a file uploads. Yeah, I remember that.
Jerome Sluck says,
wow, my password is censored too. Also, hi.
Hi, welcome back. Oh, I have to get started again. I haven't done these in several days. So let's get OBS back up there. Shut up.
How have you been?
I've been a bit off, that's why I didn't stream yesterday. But it's also vacation, so I'm thinking like, let's do it a bit relaxed. But seriously, I need to get started.
I've been
really
busy working
training again. Yeah. Yeah, I need to just at least 2 hours, like in separate days, like running or something every week, or I will start just going. My body doesn't do as well. I get sick a lot if I don't do it, you know? It's odd. But it's good if I have a trick, you know, to avoid getting sick. But I have to do it too. Yeah. So I just realized that we have one of the previous ones, we had something similar to this, and I was just thinking I need better than not. Why not remember it, you know? So I could search, I guess. So here we have cookie. Right, so this one we had. And that's when we did the PHP, right, I remember. Yeah, because I wanted to run this XOR function in reverse. Yeah. Now I was just showing for stream, and here I didn't even remove these. There. So let's go back to the current one. Yeah, so hope work is not you're getting some vacation too, right?
The language I go to for most thing I want to do is PHP.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been remembering it here when I did this one, because I think I made a PHP web shop in 2008, and that's a bit.
Even if I run it from a command line, rather than a website.
Oh, okay. Cool. So we installed a PHP web server and stuff. Like when we did that one. It's definitely months ago, right? Not a week ago. So let's just yeah. So I should go. I guess it's nice weather. I should take a long walk or go out running or something, so I get in better shape again. So show form true.
Time flies when you're having fun, and yeah, I've been busy working, but hope to have a quiet time for a bit.
Yeah, hope you get that. So if my session start, so let's hop over to, let's actually save this as a PHP file, right? So copy this here, and let's make an, well, I guess I'll have to click the directory to make a new file, and we want it to be 18.php. There. Also, we can paste this so we can look at it better. So what I was going for here is, if I select text in here, like my session start, it will highlight all of the ones here on the side, so I know it is here, you know. So we get the true if array key exists. The cookie. PHP
we had our summer 3
ID.
or 4 days here in the UK, back to rain here, so can't get out to get some exercise and fresh air lately.
Okay, so there's like a light clouds, fluffy things, so like see-through things. So I don't expect rain, but I never know. It's a bit windy too today. Yeah, and it's we did have really hot weather, but now I think it's, well, I guess it's kind of warm today. Though we had like 30.
We all joke that we had a 3-day summer, and that we all blinked and missed it.
Yeah, we usually do that here too. So tomorrow is supposed to be more cloudy, I see. So maybe I should go outside, and actually rain Thursday. But we'll see what changes until then. The last few days, it's been like a few weeks. It was almost 2 weeks with only sun, so grass started to burn, you know, just when it had gotten green earlier. But anyways, it's 23 outside and it's 28 inside. So I should probably open the window. We'll see. So anyway, if we have this cookie and it's a valid ID, so let's check the valid ID. It's numeric here. So if the cookie, this is a numeric thing, then it will check the session start. So session start. It's nothing here, right? And I'm not good enough in PHP to know what's an actual PHP function. So
Session start is a PHP function.
yeah, since it wasn't in there, it must be right. Start new or resume existing session, and this will only work if you haven't. No, it's also can start a new one. Create a session or resumes a current one based on session identifier, past get or post request, or passed via cookie. So I guess that this is get kind of obvious name for it, right? So this is a valid number, then it will, well, it does not here. Maybe you can tell me why it doesn't do this and have the else as the not? Because it's reversed on purpose here. So session start failed, return false. And then we have the session start okay. So first of all, let's do the get thing, right? So we want the debug information, but it prints a lot of information here.
Maybe because the failure code is shorter, so get it out of the way.
Okay, so nothing, no deep PHP hidden reasons. Yeah, I don't see why that would be logical. If array key access admin. Right, and now there's a session here. And session variables available to the current script. So session functions documentation for more. Yeah. Did we use this before? Yes, it's the same text that we just got by installing a few additions, extensions to VS Code the other day. Yeah, super global. Right, I remember what it was doing then. It was doing this global, which I was like, why? When it's super global, I remember that. So session start. Session started. If you don't write, that's why can't use session global variable. Okay. Because the other one didn't do session start, it did global session instead. Let's make sure I'm not out of my mind here. Couldn't have been this one? No, I don't think so. This one was just cookie stuff. Now I'm curious. Alright, I should have opened it in Obsidian instead. Now we have the odd syntax of these. So what number was that? Let's go to 9. Yeah, so this one only had a tiny bit. I'm thinking it's really early. Well, we're already really early, right? So the reason to do this is to learn a lot. Of course, as always. Yeah, so I think I missed the spot. So, right, we can search in this. So let's search in folder for underscore session. Is it with an S? So, am I just typing the wrong thing, thinking the wrong thing? That didn't help, at least.
Maybe put the $sign in front of session if you just want the variable.
Yeah, but I didn't see anyone. It wasn't that money. Well, this is a problem with this. Yeah, so I didn't see one. That was why I didn't add it, because I saw all the hits. It wasn't that money, and that also means it didn't even find this one, right? Here, so I must have. It must be case sensitive, right? That's the only solution why this wouldn't work. Yeah. So 6 is the one that used it before. And it said that we can't use this unless we do session start, which is here. Okay, so they used it here. But which one was it? Something being global thing then. I must have remembered it wrong. Kinda? What? I'm also thinking, did I remove something from the code to test something? Oh, this is a lot of hits. Well, just this one. Number 9. Okay. I didn't search the right way now. That's why it was crazy. Let's go this way instead. Searching folder, right? And we have the path there. So we better keep that one. And then we do global. So I was like, this is not reasonable amount. Oh, it is Cookie. Cookie was a super global, it made global, and I don't understand why this is there. So we used another one, and that's when I read the super global bit. So now I found what I was looking for. So, is there a reason, if you know PHP, that they would do this? Why would they do this? This is why I found it.
Panda Tongue says.
Hello, nerd.
Tyrone Sluck says.
Global? Otherwise inside the function you can't access that variable.
Yeah, but it's a super global variable. It's super global, Cookie. Why then make it global? Please tell me if there's a reason.
$cookie is a super var. Oh, I didn't know that much then, haha.
Okay. Okay. So, because I was searching for this just as we did now with the other one. So, Obsidian didn't know that the dollar character was attached
So
to
yeah,
it.
it just seems strange they did the global on that.
Yeah. So it's the same text that we got here. Let's see. Super global. But we can search for this one too. And I remember reading the same thing here. So this is a super global, automatic global variable. So that's why I was like, why make it global? I don't understand. Why? But then there's, even to you who know this, more currently than I do. I think I forgot everything about PHP. So let's go back here. So that's why I connected them, you know. But it was the other one. So let's learn about session now. Session variables. I'm thinking, how are they created and how are they remembered and where are they saved and stuff. An associative array containing session. This, I guess, means a PHP array, right? Containing session variables or a key value pair array. Session variables available to the current script. See the session functions. Let's go back to documentation for information on how this is used. This is a super global, so we don't have to read that again. The session start here. Start a new or resume existing session. And then I'm assuming we'll get these variables back, but where are they saved? I want to know all the things there. So first, the functions. Let's close the cookie one down and let's look at this. So session functions. Abort, cache expire, decode, destroy, encode, get cookie parents, module name, session name, generate ID, where's your shutdown, reset, save, process, cookie parents, save, so save handler, start, status, unset, free all session variables. So says user level storage functions. So it's a session cookie parameters. So I don't think there will be lots here, will there? Maybe? Sessions and browser tabs. So default session name HTTP session ID, all tabs will use it. So this is the default name too. So my brain wants to fix the the English. Yeah, so we don't have to read that. So creating a new session. Session started. Just to see what my brother sent. So if you don't write this line, you can't use session. Okay, so this variable is created. The global variable created with the session start. And then they set something here. Getting session. Session is started if you don't want session value. New session value.
It's funny how they say $session, not all in caps.
Yeah. It appears to, some stuff is case sensitive and some is not. And it might be hard for human beings to remember what to do.
this line can't use $session, but then later it's $session.
Yeah. So I'm assuming by this that PHP is not case sensitive since this is in the documentation. We'll have to try it, of course. PHP session start. So what I'm thinking now is this new session. Session created, session was getting. Yeah, and the English here is not perfect, you know, it's... Who would have wanted more there to really understand. So, updating session. This was getting a session.
Is that a comment by a user?
A new session. Well, this is a comment in the PHP documentation on the information about session, you know. So it's a user comment from official people, I guess. It's also funny that there's 2 spaces after this one in all places. But what I'm interested in is here we set a value of the new session. Here it says getting session. And then they still set a value to the new session. Say session created.
Lol.
And echoes it. Right? So what would be the difference? And then it says session was getting. And
you're right. I think I want to downvote this comment.
Yeah. So updating session. Let's see if we can get some reasonable order into this here. Session start. So the same comment again. Session, the same thing. It is a new session. It is my new session. Session updated. Updated value. So, first of all, this value here and this updated value, they don't say anything about them. How are we supposed to know what they're talking about? You know, this is too odd. Deleting session. Session is same comment. I'm reading it again. So they do the same thing and then they unset this. So the only difference is that here they said it twice. So they're updating the value by just putting something else in there. I guess that's what they mean. And here when they unset the new session thingy, there's no new session thingy anymore. Oh, we'd have to test this to get an order into this.
I think it's just $session is a super global, which also gets stored between running the PHP. The data is stored in /tmp btw.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Where is it stored? And what do you mean with /tmp, you know? It's stored somewhere
on the server.
Yeah, but I don't have a /tmp in my computer, right? But that's good to know for other stuff, you know, if you want to find the data. So thank you. But I guess I would have to know the file names too, because there could be a lot of stuff there.
Your Windows? Well, probably somewhere Windowsy smile.
Yeah, I mean on this computer, you know, on my right screen I have my Kali VM, but this is on my PC, so we install, let's see, this Laragon to be able to run PHP simple. So this was, we tested another one first that was even uglier, and this one was, well, they have a special UI and stuff, but it worked. And when I wanted to find the PHP INO file, I found it this easy.
Uglier than this? Oh.
Yes, the buttons disappeared because my menu line was too big. So 2 of the buttons just poof. yeah, because this one has worked, and also I just changed the INI and reloaded it, and it had the locale also to it. We were getting errors. So now we can just test stuff, you know. Also, we can just click web here to go to my root of my. That's what I set to my Obsidian root of my public stuff. So we can just go here to like boxes and OverTheWire, Nadas, and then we could run if we wanted to run this PHP file. That's the current thingy. Though it's 0 size, so I don't think it would help much to run it right now. You need to save the file first. Wrong one. Yeah. So, this one is still empty. I guess I have the stuff in my copy paste now. So, let's get it from here. I know I added a few tabs there. And so, well, it's here, it's just that I didn't save it. So, I used to always do Ctrl S all the time in everything, but Obsidian automatically saves, and when I do in StreamerBot, if I press Ctrl S in StreamerBot, it kind of makes a special character appear, which is annoying. So I kind of stopped, but I used to always automatically Ctrl S everything. So now it's saved. So if we go back here now, it has a size. So now we can even run this one on our machine, which is kind of nice, right? But it's cheating to do it too much here, isn't it? Because we have it on its website here. On Kelly.
Morios and Lee says hello.
Hello, welcome in. So, alright, we didn't sign in today. It is 18. Oh, sorry. Oh. So it's... I don't know, well, I guess I'm still a bit tired. So let's go to 18 here at the top, where we have the password. So if they reset the passwords now, because I missed a few days, they didn't. So here is what we get from the page.
Nameless M says, what are you doing, Bay?
This is a site called OverTheWire.org where you can learn things. So let's well, we have several here, so let's...
Nameless M says, can't understand anything.
Okay, that's fine. We'll fix that. So just tell me what you can't understand. This is a page called OverTheWire here, and it has different things we can learn. So learn and practice security concepts in the form of fun-filled games.
Nameless M says,
Find out
PLS
more
send link of
about-
that site.
Yeah, sure. There. For YouTube and for Twitch.
Fixit42 Live says, natas18.natas.labs.
natas18.natas.labs.
So I think it kind of cut it off there, but that's funny. That's the old one. Well, my copy
Nameless
doesn't
M
work.
says, is this safe?
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is safe, this site, but now you'll get the actual URL.
Fixit42 Live says, https://overthwire.org/.
So I had an old copy there before. So
Web link.
Yeah, so the TTS on Twitch just says weblink, which is kind of nice. We don't have double messages at least. Anyway, so this one you can play around with. We started with a bandit one, but number 16 was broken, so we couldn't get further on this one. So we'll try later. I tried 3 days in a row, and then I haven't tried it again. So we can try it today too. But then we hopped to this Natus because it didn't work. So now we're on what is it? 18, 19, 18.
Nameless M says, what can we learn from these sites?
So the first one of the Natus was kind of simple. I can show you in my notes. We're not going to read
Nameless
them.
M says, what are the advantages?
The advantages is that you learn things about web site security and website hacking on these. So this is the first one that we had. And we should only look in the code. If we did view source, we could see that was how we got the first password. And then the next one, we had to let's see. This one took me some time because on this page there is a file here, and we can see that the directory here is called files. And if we look in this directory, we can see that there is another file here. So that took me some time, too much time, to find. So, but I don't want to explain all of them for you and destroy the fun of the game, you know? But as you can see, it starts very basic here. But now, at 18, I need to learn more about PHP to be able to understand what the problem is and what's the possible solution to this problem. Because now we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 functions here, with a lot of PHP specific stuff apparently for the session start and the session. We used cookie in a previous one here, so I know how cookie works, but I don't know how session works. So how does a session variable like this work? And I'm assuming that if we renew, like get back
Nameless
to the same
M says,
session,
are index
we can
files
access the
safe
same
for any
variables.
devices?
Are index files safe for any devices? Do you mean the site's index files? So I mean, this site could get hacked and people could put bad stuff in there, but I don't think so. I think the people who made it is kind of knowledgeable about security, right? That's why they made it. So I think it's kind of safe to use. But I will never give a guarantee that it will not be hacked, right? So, but you can always see what you do. I mean, if it asks you to enter your credit card number suddenly, it won't be a thing you will do, right?
Nameless M says, like I download movies from index files.
You download movies from index files. Okay, I don't know what...
Disha Y says hi.
You know, if you're talking about piracy stuff, I don't want to do that on stream, okay? Hi Disha. Yeah, so nameless, I guess that's a hint you're security, care about security, maybe? So you should always think, whatever you do, think about what you're doing, you know? So this is a serious learning site for cybersecurity. That's what you need to know about that. And we're just currently learning about, I am currently learning about how session work, because I haven't used it before. So you're welcome to learn with me, and if you missed the previous ones when I did these, you can just watch my YouTube videos there on these. So they're on the previous streams, and they're still there available, so I won't redo stuff.
Nameless M says, I am Johan Liebert from India.
Okay. So, let's continue learning about how session variables work in PHP scripts, because that's what I'm trying to get hold of here. So let's just try and log in with something here. Let's say admin, whatever. Let's do password instead, okay? Because it might
Nameless
be
M says I am just a noob for PC, have no much knowledge about web or any digital stuffs.
okay. Yeah, so if you don't have any knowledge about anything, I think this is a bit more of it just gives you challenges. It doesn't teach you stuff in between. So, I don't know, you could hop to this Web Security Academy, or maybe you should start as I did with TryAcme. So here's the TryAcme page. So this is paid though. There are also a lot of this is free. And as you can see, I've lost my streak. I don't know, it was up to 60 days or something here. 70 maybe? I don't even know. Maybe you can hear how much I care about it. Anyway, so this has a lot of stuff to learn, and if you're interested in starting with web stuff, you can start with the web stuff. Let's see, there's a web fundamentals here. You can learn about the basic stuff for web. Yep. So there's a lot of things to learn, but currently we're doing this natives one. So, and I just entered a password, and let's actually do it on the web page now. So let's hop back here and enter something into the real one, right? So we just have copy the code. We don't have all the stuff here. You are logged in as a regular user. Log in as admin to retrieve credentials for natives 19, which is kind of funny. It didn't tell me this is the wrong password for admin, but I used admin as my name, right? So it's kind of obvious that we're supposed to mess with variables and stuff. I don't know how to do that. Well, let's look at F12 and see what we can see here on this one. So here we can see this PHP sesh ID here. Does this contain like stuff? This is just the value, the number. That's the only thing. So what else is there? You know, what else is there? I don't really know what these things do here. Local storage, session storage. There's nothing here, you know. I need to learn more about this. At least we can see that this exists. And if we look back at the code for it, let's go back here. And here. So this is the code from the site. So let's see. Let's just go to the bottom first. And what we can see here is that, oh my god, these popping up things are annoying. So if anyone knows how to make these code, not pop these up instantly, but wait like 10 seconds or something, that would be nice, because they're popping up too quick. It's much too quick for me. Anyway, here is the form we see. If show form here. Oh my god, that was not if show form. So the show form, they set it to true. Oh my god, you see, I can't even read the code because stuff pops up on top. So my session start print credentials show form false. So if this function that we have over up here, if this returns true, meaning we have lots of stuff already, like we have logged in, we get this instead, print credentials, which is you're logged in as a regular user, log in as admin to retrieve credentials for Needus 19, right? So that's their print credentials. So we're not an admin, session admin. I don't know how to change this like this, at least. So I'm thinking the first thing I want to do is to get the debug output, and we can get that by sending this to burp. Burp is a nice tool for people who don't know it already, that we're using as a proxy. So everything we send to the server and that got sent back, it's just sent through burp. So burp has all the files. It holds all the data in this proxy here. So we can see the history of what was sent through it. And then we can see also like all the files here. Well, that's kind of huge giant inspector there. So here is the request that was sent and the response that was sent back to our browser. Yeah, so here we can also see the cookie that this has, and this was sent us also as a post here. So we can just right click and send this to repeater over here, which means we can send this again and get a reply here, and we can test stuff. Like this is sending admin and password, and we know that if we do change the request method to get and add something called debug, because we saw this in the code, if there's a debug and we send this way, we will get more information. Debug, new session started. You are logged in as regular user. So we got the same thing, we just got a bit of debug information here. So what if we send the same thing again? We get a new session started again, right? So we don't want a new session to be started. We want it to remember us. So here we can also see that there's a set cookie here. But we don't send the cookie along. So if we run this again, we had 513 last time. Then we have a new one. Right, so too bad I don't have my previous ones, or I would have some hints, but I do have it still in my notes. Because web stuff is not my best. I don't know that much about it, but let's look at these. I think I had more requests and responses earlier here. Depending on which one it is. Yeah. It's kind of annoying. So this one has a lot of notes. So let's just Google it instead. Or we could search in this for So what did I really start search now?
Mostly
This is
underscore pixel says yo how it's
totally
going.
somewhere else. Hi. So I failed my search here because when I right click this and do search in folder, I have to keep this thing and I overrode it. And I have to remember that this is actually case sensitive. Probably can click this thing to make it not case sensitive. Right. So this is how it sets. This is what I was looking for. I just wanted to know the syntax to put in the request for a cookie. And it's just cookie calling. And now I'll try to remember this for next time, right? So if we change this now to add a cookie here, right? There's a path to. I didn't read all the code yet. No. What? Path HTTP only. So if anyone knows about these, you're very welcome to tell me. So let's copy this bit and see if we need anything more than this. More like, you know, experiment. I don't know what's happening. So let's just copy this, and if I just put it over here, and if we send this again, will we get something else here? The new session started. So now we don't have a set cookie. Instead we have session start okay. Session was old, admin flag set. Your login are regular users. Now we have other debug messages from this thing. Just from adding the cookie bit here. Right? But how would I mess with these variables? I haven't got a clue. I need to learn more. So, sessions. Let's read the rest of the code, right? So this is the PHP. I'm annoyed at this new functionality up here that shows me what function I'm in. So, let's first check this form. We've already used it now, but it posts username and password. That's all this bit does. And it only does this if show form. Then it ends the PHP code here for this. The end of the if. So it always have the link. It always shows this link. Whether or not it shows the form. So this is the only part of the code that's not a function except for the max ID, which is like a constant up here that always has the same value. So what we did just now was to hop a bit in the code. Let's see. The first thing it does here is to, oh my god, is to run this function here, and depending on if it returns true or false, we end up in different parts of the code. So let's look what it does. My session start. And then there are these things that I need to Google because they are... What is this? Is this like their own thing? Or is this some kind of general... Does this mean something? I downloaded a complete source code. Yeah. They are often using 3 curly braces together or given below following the code snippet. They're used by some editors to fold blocks of code, so only the text in the comment line itself is visible. Oh god, that's so primitive. I don't think it's just for the sake of folding. They are allowing to add 3 curly braces. It's inside comment blocks. You can see also coding standards. Yeah, we need more info on this. There are Vim fold markers. Isn't Vim supposed to be good? If you look at the end of the file where you find it, you'll often find a block like this. I don't think there's anything like that. Which is another more obvious indicator. Comments relate to Vim. Okay, is this just Vim messing the stuff up and making it less obvious? I have a hard time believing that. And this was a very nice file to read. So, when we had these odd kind of strings, that is one case when I use ChatGPT, because it might be better, since it's a computer. We'll see. So, I have in my PHP file, in A, so it doesn't think we made the file, right? Why could this be? Folding text editor IDEs, code folding custom markers. So no meaning. Oh my god, it's really, really, really slow. So, custom markers will unblock comments to find regions they want to collapse. Yeah, but that's the same as the previous one. Editor support. Yeah, that's the same too. Document the code structure. My god, to me this is just ugly. Legacy. Team conventions. Legacy code. Yeah. So we'll just remove them. So if the text editor can't see where the function starts and ends, and you have to help it because the editor is very bad, then you can use this. Oh well, let's have ChatGPT up in case we need it or something. So, different sources, same information, it's just nothing. It's just if you have a bad editor that can't use the function itself, to minimize stuff. Okay. So let's just delete these so we don't have to have messy stuff, right? It's the functions. The one who wrote this, I don't think they. Let's just. I'm sorry for doing this, but it actually is nicer to read it without extra text, you know? So I'm very split about these pop-up things, because it's nice to have the information here, but I want to be able to hold or just drag over something and just do it a bit slowly without it, or just pointing at something without it hopping up stuff, you know? So the time there needs to be increased. Very annoying. I think I googled it before and I didn't find any way to change the time. So if anyone knows, I will be very happy if you can help me with that. Yeah, so now we have the code without those annoying lines extra. We don't want more code, you know? And here we have this information here, that this username is admin, which we already did set, you know. I logged in as logged in, says it didn't check the password, it seems. And we got the information that I'm logged in as a regular user. If this would have been active and not, you know, if this had not been commented out, we would have been okay already. So let's undo that. Let's see, where is this one? Nowhere. So they're just telling us, yeah, it's around here. Is it so close? Oh right, it was so far up I didn't even see it. So we can see it here on the side. Good. So this one functionality removed for safety. Right? So here it will always let's see what it actually does. Currently it returns 0. So this is always 0. So this admin thingy here is always set to 0 here, where the new session started, right? But we don't get new session started anymore. So we need to, the challenge here, I guess, is to set this to 1. And we kinda learn that this is the case from here, right? Probably just by normal logic too, right? So where were I? So the session admin. Where else is session admin? We have session admin here. If it's 1, your admin. Here it is set to 0 too. So how do we set something? So I didn't read everything yet, I guess. Let's first let's find what we get now. We get session start. Okay. This is a message. This is where in the code that we were when we logged in with the cookie. Right? When we had an actual number as the cookie, then we are not in session start failed. We're in session start okay. Right? In the my session start. Which is the first thing it runs. So we ended up in here. We had a session ID cookie, and it's managed to start. My god, these pop-ups. I can't even point at anything. I'm going crazy. I'll have to hop over to Obsidian to do this almost. But I wanted these side kind of thingies here. So the next thing it does is to check it for this session. And in our case, it said session was old, admin flag set. So this was set to 0 in our current 1 year, what we did. So if we do it again now, I'm kind of assuming that it will. Let's see. It does session was old, admin flag reset again. And now it did session start okay. Without the other one, because I reloaded it kind of quickly, I guess, right? So if we send this again, it once. Now we got, it was old again. It's like 1 second there. If we send it again, it's okay. So it gets old quick, right? Yeah, this is interesting, but I feel like I'm missing basic knowledge about how this works. I have no idea on how to set session variables. So let's Google it. So setting session variables. Oh well. Read. Well, I even missed the S there. Yeah, we're still ending up at the PHP sessions here. So we want to see them in our browsers. session storage. Server session is visible to the browser. Others browser session storage was name value pairs that exist only on the browser. So when we're using Burp for this, we don't have all the things, do we? You cannot view the session state variable at client side. Session state is stored at server, and the client browser knows session ID. And this sounds like a logical thing, but is it true? Because I thought we were supposed to change it on the client side. We can just try different session IDs and see if any of them happen to, but I don't think so. Let me actually read it. Sessions are identified by a unique identifier that can be read by using the session ID property. The session state is enabled for ASP.NET application. It requests for a page in the application is examined for a session ID value. For session ID, well, this is, the wrong thing. We are going PHP. We should probably point out the language which you're using. Yeah, so it's kind of obvious it's PHP. But that one answered the other way. In your code, yeah, but it's not our code. So this didn't help us at all. Yeah, so maybe this is what we need to learn more about. So I'm thinking that I need a quick bathroom break. Let's see if this one can read it while
PHP sessions. Previous.
Going away.
A session is a way to store information, in variables, to be used across multiple pages. Unlike a cookie, the information is not stored on the user's computer. What is a PHP session? When you work with an application, you open it, do some changes, and then you close it. This is much like a session. The computer knows who you are. It knows when you start the application and when you end. But on the internet there is one problem: the web server does not know who you are or what you do, because the HTTP address doesn't maintain state. Session variables solve this problem by storing user information to be used across multiple pages, e.g. username, favorite color, etc. By default, session variables last until the user closes the browser. So, session variables hold information about one single user, and are available to all pages in one application. Tip: if you need a permanent storage, you may want to store the data in a database. Start a PHP session. A session is started with the session_start function. Session variables are set with the PHP global variable $_session. Now, let's create a new page called demo_session1.php. In this page, we start a new PHP session and set some session variables. Example: PHP / start the session. Session_start. Doc type HTML. HTML. Body. PHP / set session variables $_session fav color equals green $_session fav animal equals cat. Echo session variables are set /body /HTML. Run example. Note, the session_start function must be the very first thing in your document before any HTML tags.
So this kind of said the same thing as the other source of information, meaning that the only thing that we have locally is the cookie, so we can't change the values. So we have to really read the code again, I guess. I didn't read all of it, I know. But let's learn more here first. So, this is... I trust this more, because it looks like it's more... It's prettier, right? And we know that the session thing here, this was really bad, right? Examples. So let's look at this. It's another source. It's bad if W3 is better than PHP's own documentation. Is it? Let's see. So, well, an example I heard. So start session, and then there's in the body here of the code, it's session variables are set after setting 2 session variables. So these are then saved on the server, right? So why would we want to run this? I don't know. It's not like we see a lot. We can test stuff here, right? Can't I edit this? Am I not supposed to be able to edit this? No? I will. So getting them. Next we create another page, demo session 2. From this page we will access the session information we set on the first page. Notice that session variables are not passed individually to session page, instead they are created from the session we open on the beginning of each page. So here the session is retrieved, and that's why we can get these values which were set on another page, right? So I don't know why to run this really. Another way to show all the session variable values for user session is to run the following code. Print our session, right? So we used printar the other day to get the values in an array. So this is the same thing, it's just another array. So let's run it and see. We should have a, yeah. It's kinda ugly though, the syntax. Or format, text format. So the JSON is prettier, right? How does it work? How does it... No, it's me. Most sessions are user key on the user's computer, like looks something like this. Then, when a session is opened on another page, scan the computers for a user key. If there is a match, it accesses that session. So I'm assuming that scans the computer, it means it looks for a cookie with the right name, right? Sounds so very odd to say scans the computer for a user key. Modify a PHP session variable. Just give it a new value, right? It's not like anything special. Destroy was the... Oh my... and such, but normally do destroy too. Session destroy. Right. So it's nice to know these functions, you know, so that I can look for them in the code and understand them when I see them, right? What is used to start a session? Okay, so they actually, I was thinking, were they using these as alternatives? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have much here else. Didn't look at this cookie thing here. But it's kind of the difference here is these are clients, right? So this is like the same thing, only since they're on the server, we need to first start session. Okay. Yeah, I think let's actually put this one in the notes, because I did read it, and it was the only thing that was actually useful here, right, so far. So let's hop over to this. So we read about sessions and also let's confirm this was the right one, yeah. But it was kinda useless. So it doesn't like my spelling. So is there something here that I will understand now that I didn't understand before? It is just badly written. So, right, so what I was, someone sent a message, so I stopped. But what I just realized was that after, yeah, so this is actually also a user contributed note, right? This one. So if I could vote this down somehow, yeah, I could. That was horrible. So please note that if you have register globals to on, global variables associated with session variables are references. So this may lead to some weird situations. Session start. Okay. So, okay, displays 42. Reload the page, it displays 43. The solution is to do this after each a session, do a session start. Be careful with sessionary elements when you have the same name as a normal global. Well, why would you ever have that? You wouldn't, right? Pipe in a key. Pipe in a key? I was having trouble with session variables working. Well, let's just skip this one, right? The session start. Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, so it's like assumed that I
Neospring says,
knew how
what's the
sessions
original
worked.
session PHP id?
It's a random one. I mean, we'll read the code again now soon. When I have a bit more knowledge, I'm just checking this page too, since this one was useful too, actually. Yeah, so there's lots of
Fuzz
information about session, but it didn't say. Okay, you might know more about sessions, and I never knew that the session variables were saved on the server side before. I didn't, it just assumed knowledge, these pages. So now I know. Now I know. So and I also don't want hints on. I love information about how functions work, how things work that I'm looking at, but I don't want hints on how to solve a problem, because I want to do that myself, okay? Unless if I'm really tired or so I'm sick and still streaming, and then I'll ask you. Or if I've been streaming for 16 hours or something stupid. Or if it's very hard, But so far I'm learning
good.
about sessions. So now I know there's a session start. We need that because that's what actually gets the variables. It doesn't say, but must be, yeah. So, well, let's go back here. Oh my. Oh. So this is when I found out we can't read them because they're on the server. So now we can look more at the. I'm skipping this now. It's kind of useless anyway. So let's read it again now with a bit more knowledge. And let's follow the path of execution here. So first we have the max ID is 1640, and oh my goodness, sorry. And the show form here is true. So my session start. Let's hop over there. We know that it will give us a bool here. So if there is a cookie and the cookie is a number, because we know this first, it only checks its numeric and returns it. So if the cookie is a number, and then it reverses this. So if it does session start in an if here. So if it works, the session start, which we don't really know what it returns. Let's actually look at it again. And here we have the actual link, right? So let's hop back to this one. So now I'm looking for return values. Returns true if a session was successfully started, otherwise false. What will make it be false then? I'm assuming there is no session. No longer initializes when it failed to start a session. Okay, so it used to just start one anyway. But they have changed it. In 7, I was just thinking in what version, and it says here. So very nice. Okay. So So I still have this selected over here. So if it failed to start, it says debug information, session start failed, and we never got this message. Else session start okay, and then we do the if this admin exists, which we know it sets to 0, right? So if it doesn't exist already, it sets to 0, and we'll say that it's old. So far we've only had this at the value 0. And then it returns true here. My session start, it only returns false if the cookie, my god, it pops up all the time. If there is no cookie with a name, or it is not a number, the cookie, because that is else for this if, which is just down here, or if the start failed to start the session. That's the only cases where it's returning false. So if we go back to here, so if this failed, which we said that it's only those special cases, if array key exists, username, password, session ID, create ID, request username. So, by the way, let's tab these in. It's annoying when they're not tabbed in. So, session ID, create ID.
Fixerbot says.
In.
New follower chaos 2. Less than 3.
You'll have some cows. Right, so create ID. I need to know what create ID is, right? So it gets a random number. If we didn't have a cookie, we got a cookie, right? Rather, if we didn't add manually the cookie to the request, we got a new cookie every time.
Neospring says. Oh, interesting.
So, it automatically didn't add the cookie. I don't think so. We can look later. Let's see again. So, I'm sorry for all the popping ups. Yeah, so what I started with is I read these tiny functions, and then I thought, well, let's follow how it works instead. So let's go back. Let's see, we got number 224. So it did a session start. It said this would always. I used the username admin, and it said you're logged on as a regular user because it sets this to 0. This has this function, and this is commented out. This method of authentication appears to be unsafe, so it has to be disabled for now. Also, I don't think it checked the password at all, which is kind of obvious, right? Just if it exists here. So it says this session. So this, let's call it a session variable. Alright. It sets this to 0. And it tells us if we have the debug flag set that new session started. And I'm thinking if we should just send this in the browser instead, right? The debug username admin password. because this is in birth and it's like special circumstances. It's not normal. And then it says this show form to false because it did something. And then it does the print credentials, probably telling us you're logged in as a regular user. But let's look at print credentials quickly. And I'm like scrolling to the wrong place. So here it checks if session and session has the admin one, and the admin one is 1. That's what we want. We want it to be 1. It says you're admin, and it gives us this password that is censored in this code we can see. Otherwise it would be useless, right? But this is the one we've gotten so far. Log in as admin to retrieve credentials. So we need to set this darn thing here, right? From 0 to 1. How? That's the problem. Right, print credentials here. And that's also what it did here and didn't show the form. So, if my session start, that we just looked at, right? My session start here. Whether it's false or true, we will get the message, both cases. Only if it is false here. My god, if it is I'm sorry, every time it pops up, I'm like, what? This is annoying. I'm hopping over to Obsidian. So if I do this, we won't have the colors, but if I do it here, we can look at it here. So let's just fix this thing that I fixed after moving it over there. Now I can move around here without getting pop-ups. Right, so here in the code it runs, we get if this succeeds, is true, it prints and doesn't show the form. And the two last lines here are the same, right? So the only thing is that if it fails to start the session, which means it doesn't have a cookie or the cookie is not numerical, or this session start failed, then it does this bit too, which means it checks the username and create ID, which was here. Create ID. It returns a number, a random number. And this is set session ID. So session ID, let's see here. This is a built-in function that I haven't looked at. But I'm assuming it does something to this thing. But this is a new thing I haven't looked at. So let's just look at it. Get and or set the current session ID. Is used to get or set the session ID for the current session. The constant can also be used to do ID. If ID is not null, it will replace the current session ID. Needs to be called before session start for that purpose. Depending on the session handler, not all characters are allowed in the session ID. For example, the session handler only allows characters in C, so 9, minus. When using session cookie. Specifying ID for session ID will always send a new cookie when session start is called, regardless of the current session ID is identical to the one being set. When using session cookies, specifying an ID for session ID will always send a new cookie when session start is called. Okay. So even if it sends the same cookie, it will send it again.
Panda Tongue
Hi,
says.
Panda.
Winroth.
Translated from Slovenian.
Winroth, hi. Yeah, and it returns that. So this might explain why I'm like, why does it do this? Let's see here. No, it didn't do the set when we sent the other one. Yeah, so let's go back to the code. So now I know this. Will this automatically, when is, so, this will automatically send the set cookie thingy for us right here. And then it starts session again. I mean, it failed before, that's why. But it didn't. Sorry. So, yeah. If we don't have a cookie, we failed. Yeah, so then it doesn't start it. So I'm going to hop over to code again, because there I can do the very nice thing of just clicking session start and see all of the occurrences. Yeah, so it's here, it does it, right? So it only does it if we have an ID here. And the other case where it does it is when it just created a new ID. And that is from the random function. Okay. Right. Oh, it's just on my back. Okie dokie dokie doo. So, Panda, how are you? It's not just started work time, right? It's lunchtime, maybe? Maybe lunchtime? After lunchtime, maybe.
Doing alright, been stuck on the phone.
Oh, okay. So, hope you're having fun at work if you're at work. Stuck on phone sounds like work, right? Otherwise you're having fun or not being stuck there. Yeah, so I think we got like almost all of it here. But there must be something I haven't seen yet. So, but now I know what the session ID does. Then it does a session start. Then it only sets this in this case here when it's making a new cookie. But it also sets it to 0 somewhere else, which is here. So if the cookie existed, and the session started, and if this did not exist, then it creates it and sets it to 0. Okay, so this should never happen. It says session was old, admin flag set. Yeah, and this happened a lot. That happens as soon as we run this with the cookie. And we didn't do it within a few seconds. Let's click again, because it didn't actually notice that I clicked. So it says session was old, admin flag set, meaning there's a time element in this, maybe? So anyway, it was set here to, admin flag was set to 0. So if we send this again at once, then we don't get this message, but it will still be 0. Or we didn't get this, you're logged in as a regular user, log in as admin to retrieve credentials. So if we had this as 1, then we would get the you're an admin and get the information. Oh. So this is the first time that I feel such a lot of new knowledge gained so far, but I really don't understand or see how we could change this so far. There must be something in here, of course. So, if we could edit the code, it would be so easy just to remove this, you know? And we would just use admin name and we would have it, you know? So, if this can only be set on the server side, is there anything in here that sets the admin to 1? So we need the session admin equals 1. And it's not set anywhere. So here it's the if session, meaning this array exists, meaning we have run the session start successfully, and this one exists, which it kind of does always because it was created, but it will time out and will be reset. And it is 1. So there's no way to avoid this, right? There must be some way to get past it. You are an admin. The credentials for the next level are. So we need to get this if to be true. That's the only way to get here. So let's see, in what places is this run? And we need the session admin to be 1 before that. It is run just if it can start it here at the start, and it is run just when it has been set to the initial value. Well, no, not to the initial value. Was it in here? So many functions here. And not really very logical. But this one's always set to 0. So if we're in here and print credentials, then this will always be 0, right? So we can just say bye-bye to this bit of code. So where else did we have the print credentials? It's just the actual function here. It is printed here when this has true, and it's printed here just after it's set to 0, admin. So I'm thinking I might be lacking some knowledge. I need to fix this to solve this. To me, it looks kinda... Well, let's look at this other. It's run just at the start here, after my session start. So let's look at my session start again. So my session start, it sets it to 0 here. It doesn't set it anywhere else, does it? It set it from the value that is on the server, as far as I have figured out, and we can't change it, right? That's why I thought my first thought that we need to change this, like, manually somehow to 1. Yes, love. Okay. jag fixar. Va? Okej, jag fixar det, gubben. So I need to get some food for my kid, but it might be a nice break. Just 2 seconds, and we'll do a bit of a brain break there. It'll just do 4 minutes to get in pancakes. So we have the cookie. It is, it's a number. It's a number. The cookie is a number. It exists. Yes, it does. Then the session manages to start. Doesn't fail and go to this bit. And then we get session start OK text. So after we get the session start OK text, which we get every time, right? We end up here every time now when we have the cookie set. If the admin value exists, if the admin value does not exist, it is set to 0. Right? So how on earth are we supposed to set it to 1? The only thing that I can think of is to randomly try all the different cookies we can do. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm thinking that could be what we're supposed to do, but it still seems such a simple solution to such an advanced PHP code. Because that's the first thing that I was, saying to test. We can try it, but it's still very annoying. So let's actually do that. So here's this, and also I think we might have to, since it's reset, it's
Neospring
odd.
says,
This is very odd.
The top comment was odd for me.
Top comment? For what? Did you mean the session variable? The very odd one?
In the PHP code.
Okay. This one. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit odd.
Yup.
So I'm thinking let's just try and send it all the numbers while I go and make pancakes, Why not? But I think it's odd since this is reset. If I send this now, I think that was long enough for it to be reset. If I send it now again at once, it's okay, So it's not a lot of seconds before it thinks the session was old. It's a number of seconds, definitely. So we're still okay. We still have the same session. It will soon just forget the admin variable if I wait a bit more. But let's just send this one to. I don't have anything else that I think that I could try. But just test different numbers here, right? So we know this is the only thing that. So far, it doesn't care about these at all, but just that there's something here, and the debug is how we get the information back. But if username and password is not there, when the cookie is, I don't think it cares about them at all either. So let's just go back to repeater ones, and let's remove these now. There. So if I send it now. So it's reset it because it was so long. And we send it again. And we get session start OK. Right? Not the other message. It started the session OK. When it timed out too. It was just didn't have the admin variable still there. Meaning it set it to 0, meaning we're out of luck. We can't do a thing about it. So doesn't matter if it has those or not, we get the same response. So let's just put a payload numbers numbers did it say one? I think so. Let's we can have that one too. This would take like a month to run per flight. But whatever, I have to go make pancakes. I have to go make pancakes. I'll be right back. We have something to watch. Well, let's turn it upside down. So you'll see that stuff upside. Yeah, so that odd comment, I think it might be a hint that we were actually supposed to do this thing. It stopped? Did it stop? No, it's just slow. My god, it's so slow. Anyway, the thing is that there's a limited number, 640. So if someone is actually logged in currently as admin on one of them, and using it as the admin one, we can just use that number. There's such a tiny number, But they only have 300 users, so it's enough for everyone. So, but I'm assuming this will work, kind of. But it's not good. I mean, will this ever happen in real life? We'll see what happens. We could sort them online. But we don't know. Yeah, it will be a longer reply. So we want to sort them on the longest one. So I'm waiting for the microwave. 2 minutes. I'll go down and continue. So, nothing so far? Well, response times. That's funny. Woohoo. Well, I guess it's kinda nice that it's slow now, right? So we have let's, can it hop too? So most of them say admin flag set because there's no session that's new enough, right? Also, if we forget the other message, it will, I'm assuming it will be longer. But we can always read the text, right? So if we get this is the message we're getting now. If you get this message, it's longer. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, it must be longer. And they even have the username bit there. I think that's actually to make it longer, right? Yeah. Well, I guess that we're not at all far into this. So it's still... So the thing is that if it's not, just happened, it will set the admin flag to 0. And we will always then be a regular user. So this will have to be something that it has like running all the time. Ah, so annoying, this one. If this is the thing, what am I really sorting on? The length. Why does it hop down then? Yeah, so if I click the first one, it hops up the selection so we can see the result. Well, that's nice of Bert. That's nice of it. Well, it didn't. So which one is actually selected? That one still. Okay, I didn't click twice. And then it will not follow us. No. Will it? No. It's just slow again. Well, while it does its thing, which will take 3 times plus, like 4 times as long as this, let's continue looking, I guess. Alright. I will see if it's something big up there. Oh, I'm just checking on the TTS here. Why is an old video on there? Yeah, well, this is... I'm just checking that the stream is on and things like that. Before we continue. Yeah. Well, if this is the intended thing to do, then I'm a bit annoyed, Not that I see any other thing to do. But this is just random. What else could we look at? Is there anything else? I think I explored it all. So I didn't make comments. Well, I was making a few more comments. So this my session start. If the cookie exists and the session starts okay. Well, what did I... Yeah, so let's actually use the name of it. Cookie exists is a number, is numerical, and the session is started. Okay, then this will happen. So else would be the session would fail to start, or the cookie doesn't exist. Well, also if it doesn't have a numerical, you know, if it was set to ABC, it would also fail into this. So when it starts this must be removed all the time. The session admin. It's seconds. Is it like 30 seconds? I don't know. So if this is too old, it runs sets it to 0. It adds it back, but it sets it to 0. We have no way of setting it to 1. Because it was on the server side, right? That's the whole base of what I'm trying. So I've been streaming for 2.5 hours only. So it felt like, because I started so late, you know? Felt like longer. Laban, ska vi vänta typ 20 minuter eller så bara? Okay, so he went downstairs. My 16-year-old. I do have some food there, but it's kind of cold. So I'll just scroll down a bit. Well, of course, it's sort of on length. Yeah, so nothing new. We're just on 219, so 220. Well, maybe we're more than a third. I don't know if that's good or bad. It's definitely slow though, right? So I've been thinking of to make scripts for all of these kinds of things, you know? Instead of running this, we should have scripts with our own lists. So maybe having a text file with a request sent in. Would that be the best way to send a request to a script? And then splitting the request up into its bits. Oh, well, I'll take opportunity to learn more PHP, right? Yeah, so this is kind of pounded into my brain now. Session, Reiki says admin session, and it actually being one. So they're secure, safe, nice. If first this array exists, then this thing exists in the array, then this variable has a value. They don't just check this at once. It's very nice. Nice code. Except there was no indentation, right? So why? What function did you want to add? Function my session end. Oh yeah, it's so cute. Well, a bit annoying too, that it actually suggests things. I'm not sure I like that. So let's look at this create ID. It has the user in, but it doesn't use the user in. This is what I was looking at now. When is it using the username? So it might have previously used this, or we might have another exercise later that it uses it in. So I'm thinking that since we're at 240 now and it's slow, do you have any suggestions what we should do? Because I think I'm like tested all the things in here. We've looked at all the code. There's this debug function we use to get the information from it.
Wasn't an ad, what was the cue?
What do you think we should spend our time on while we wait? It's on 245. Well, 640. So I think I've dug through this code, and there's nothing more really to look at. I made a new comment here. So if this cookie exists, it's a miracle and the session is started. Okay, then it does this. So these needs to be. But then we also need the admin to be one, which it isn't. And any session we can create. So we need to try and steal someone's session. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to steal someone's here. So someone else having a random
Maybe
number.
make a pie script. Might be useful later.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Maybe it's time to make this Python script and actually takes a random request like this, and we can just tell it to, for example, do numbers here, do a list there, do whatever, like Burp does, but quicker. And then it was 19 and TryAcme popped up. And I haven't been doing anything for a few days here now. So the streak is bye-bye. Bye-bye streak. So also, this is a bit funny. I need to do Windows on TryAcme apparently. But if we continue the path, not this one that I just was doing to keep the streak going. Let's go to the actual one now. So something popped up, right? So it was telling us do this, do this. We won't do this in a few burp seconds. So, but this is, we'll have to continue this. afterwards, but I want to finish this box that we're at, which is Daily Bugle, which is Joomla, but I need to learn how to, from the admin interface, get a shell on the box, and I'm sure there's somewhere there we can add stuff. So I'll just need to know where it is. That's what I think this is the exploit we used. Right. Yeah, I edited it. So maybe we'll do this a bit later. Let's move it out of the way for our PHP stuff there, right there. So I'm also highlighting. So we can get started. So we have made a few requests Python files here for the previous tasks, and I started making one and I tried to find it and I didn't find it. Here's the Daily Bugle one. We tried different tested web scanners on the box. Really. Right, but I think it might be like, yeah, look, Py request. I think this is where I started. I don't think this is, well, let's actually, well, right, we're in code. We can open several. No, we're in Obsidian. We're in Obsidian. We can't open several, so I'll have to go back. Anyway, we need to open it in code. So I had just started on this one, and we have, let's see here, 15 is open, 16 is not open, and 11 is definitely a PHP, not a... Did I make changes to this one? So let's undo and see, what did I do there? Undo. Didn't I just open this one? So let's save it. Let's close it. Let's don't save it and let's open it. And let's paste it again. Let's see, how many lines are we at? This is funny. The same number of lines, but it keeps hopping up. So oh, I hate having two versions of a file. Whatever. So if I made changes to this one and forgot them, we could probably redo them. This is funny because we didn't do any changes. So let's actually save the one that I had up in the editor, which might not have been the most latest one. Anyway, we have the other one saved in the Git. So the last version. So we have both saved. We can even compare them later. 15, 16, 17. Right. Just checking in on birth. It's all 1391, yeah. Nothing bigger yet. I do have a bit of a throat pain. Yeah, so cute clouds, kind of sunny weather, and tomorrow it might be cloudy. Well, I can go out and take a walking in the cloudy weather too, right? So this is admin with 1, 2, 4, 5 just to make something that definitely didn't exist in the database. That was funny. So now we're on PHP. And this one was not what we wanted. Let's scroll down to the pie request here, right? So if I click it here, it will open. Alright, I took a bit out of another script I made. So before I made these, so let's actually make functions and stuff. It makes it nicer. First of all, let's say like input and input in text file. My god, wrong. As a string. Because I don't want to have to, when we're doing something, I don't want to have to like put it in this format here. I want to be able to just copy paste from burp. So let's copy the burp request here for one of these. And right now, since we're on the actual internet, I don't mind it being slow, because I feel like I don't want to spam requests on internet. It's just 640, but still, I feel bad doing bad things like spamming people. Example. Request. Yeah, so do I do like 3 of them, right? To make it understand this is several lines. And we do need our 2 lines here. I think this will be 1 line. So 1, 2. So this is what we get when we paste from burp, right? So first of all, we will need to get what kind of request it is. And it will of course need to be able to handle different ones. These are errors that I encountered before. Maybe I found a list on Google too. So I had problems with my Kali laptop's internet connection for a bit. So if we don't have any internet connection, we could just test anything, right? So we could actually test if we have internet connection by using this URL and not specifically. I was trying to delete that. I just added more. So we just want to test connection here first. So we could use anything, right? So, right, that's annoying. It automatically added a new line there, did it? Whatever. Still 1391, the biggest. We're on, 309 now. So also I'm going to close this, because this could be running. Okay. So right, so I need to have like a list of which ones, and now I'm not talking for this only, I'm talking like generally, what is the syntax of a request? If it's get, post, or whatever, I need to learn all the things, and maybe this is a good way to put it, to have it like in a script, like reads this kind of thing. First version could be request explainer, right? So it gets a request and this just tells you all the things about what's in there. That could be like a nice thing. Where one, let's actually put this beneath this. Just a request explainer. Like reading, well, actually, like parsing your request and explain. And I had a good URL for that. So, well, let's Google because I don't have it in my memory. So, request, header, is this it? Maybe not, but maybe good enough. HTTP address. Yeah, I think this is the one I meant. Let's see if there was anything else too. We can look at the wikis. So what is this? Postman blog. Right, I had Postman installed on this machine too. I removed so many things. I only have it on the calendar now. Yeah, so we need to learn all of the the most common. We could start with the most common one, right? And then we go on through the list. And these are not, this is not a full list, of course, it's just the most common. Also both best practices. This is interesting. So this might be a good start, right? HTTP headers contain metadata in key value pairs that are sent along with HTTP requests and responses. They can be used to define caching behavior, facilitate authentication, and manage session state. HTTP headers help the API client and server communicate more efficiently and enable developers to optimize and customize API behavior. Let's just quickly look again, because the key value pair bit kind of makes me think this is not very far from this, right? The only thing is that we have this. Is this always so? There's nothing more than key value pairs. There's no more complicated data. It is always just a string and a string, right? A string containing a number, but still a string, right? Because it's from this request. So it will be very easy to split this up. Except for the first line, which is other information. And that is why this is also separated here. And this is not necessary because we have the basic one. And it also says authentication basic, and then there's a space, and all of this is a part of the string. So the rest of the line after the colon, we can just split on the colon. Is a space a required part of how the syntax is required to be, right? We could test that very quickly on Birch. I don't think so. But we could just, like, trim them down to the interesting characters. So if we go to Birch Suit, and we go to our repeater again, and we put a delete this space, right? So my brain just told me to try more numbers too. Well, it'd be good if it fails. So we got exactly the same reply. So these are not necessary, these spaces. What if we add a few spaces after this? Then the cookie would not be a number, meaning we will get different output here. Session start okay. Session start okay. We delete these. Let's keep it to infinity. Yeah, so session was actually old here. And if we do put spaces after this again and run it, and let's see, we didn't get a set cookie, so it could read the cookie still, even though there's spaces here. So I'm assuming it just strips off such things, and it doesn't matter. If I would like change something here, we would get a totally bad. Let's just remember that it was here I put it lowercase f, because we will break authentication and nothing will work. So let's send it again. And if we now put spaces at the end here and send it, we still get the correct thing, meaning it strips this off. It doesn't matter. So, assuming we could also put like some space not in the middle of the word. That was not on purpose. Like here and like here, right? So this broke it. We need to log in. I think we will have so yeah, we shouldn't mess with spaces in there. Let's just put it back to as it was. Now I've played a bit with the syntax. I guess this is what the standard says, so it's important, and that is what we should go on and read. But I don't want to read the standard for HTTP standard right now. Didn't say I didn't want to read it. Okay, let's tab to the other one. So it is now 357 of 641, and it has still the highest number is 3091. And if you have to do response, also the latest one, it still has the same thing. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, let's simply make a... I'm curious on the details of how requests work, right? Because this is what we use to send the data. So let's look into requests. So, Python requests. So it's homepage. And the source code. So, of course, we can look at the source code to see what it actually cares about. Like, is there a list of all the headers that it can handle? Right? Or can it handle anything and just send it on using some standard format? Here's one with sessions too. Moved src directory. So that's the latest change.
You tried Kaido before?
Yeah, I tried it. It's probably become better since I tried it though, because it was like so not finished. You couldn't do anything when I tried it. So in my Firefox here, let's not tab on the wrong machine. I have it here too, so we can just try stuff with Kaido instead if we want to. But this might not be updated. Or rather it won't, right? Is it in Kali now? I don't think so. Is it? Okay, we can search here. We can search for Kali Kaido. The ad stuff. I don't think it's finished enough, is it? Yeah, so we don't get any Kali documentation up. You can see I've been on the page. But it was some time ago. So we can look at the download again. So did you run Kaido? Yeah, so I remember I even have in my notes on how to install it, because it was a bit of a mess. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I just want to see all of the files.
I've downloaded and ran it once, but most of HTTP/CBBH stuff is all burp.
Okay. Yeah, but it's kind of, what I saw of it is kind of logical, right? You have the same functionalities, just in different places. But it was like, you couldn't do much, because it's not finished. You didn't have much functionality. Right, so let's just delete this one at once. Delete. And this seemed to be like a section of something. No. My god, we got the same file again. Download. And we get to the same page.
Most people mentioned you aren't throttled like you are on burp.
Yeah. But then, if this is very limited, I prefer to like, and also when it's finished, they may want you to pay a lot of money too. It's just that it's not finished at all. Let's look at pricing here. They even have a pricing page. Yeah, so we don't need the future limitations. They're actually making people pay for this. Did they suddenly finish it? Because when I tried it, it was like nowhere near finished. Unusable, really. But it was a few months ago, I think, so. Yeah, it's not a free thing. That's my point. If you do something yourself, you can customize it as free. Yep. Then. Okay, we can mix it in. So I'm going to get some more food for my kid. Since it's time is flying by, it's 19:26 already. Yeah, right. So let's actually just. This was. Hop to the other one. Where is it? There. So we are still at 1391 as the top. So let's see if there's something we can start. So this might be interesting, but it seems a bit only headers, right? Request HTTP for humans. Request is an elegant and simple HTTP library for Python built for human beings. Go over the features. Yeah, so we can make it read something while I go in. So let's look at the request and response objects. Yeah, the headers one is kind of what I'm interested in. So is this too boring for you to for me to sit on it to read while I'm gone for like 5 minutes again? or 2, or we'll see. Let's just click the read and for here, get out. That's nice.
Advanced usage. This document covers some of request's more advanced features. Session objects. The session object allows you to persist certain parameters across requests. It also persists cookies across all requests made from the session instance, and will use ERLib3's connection pooling. So if you are making several requests to the same host, the underlying TCP connection will be reused, which can result in a significant performance increase. See HTTP persistent connection. A session object has all the methods of the main requests API. Let's persist some cookies across requests. S equals requests.session. S.get, HTTP URL. R equals S.get, HTTP URL. Print, R.text. Hashtag cookies, session cookie, 123456789. Sessions can also be used to provide default data to the request methods. This is done by providing data to the properties on a session object. S equals requests.session. S.auth equals, user, pass. S.headers.update, xtest, true. Hashtag both xtest and xtest2 are sent. S.get, HTTP URL headers equals xtest2, true. Any dictionaries that you pass to a request method will be merged with the session level values that are set. The method level parameters override session parameters. Note, however, that method level parameters will not be persisted across requests, even if using a session. This example will only send the cookies with the first request, but not the second. S equals requests.session. R equals S.get, HTTP URL cookies equals from my browser. Print, R.text. Hashtag cookies, from my browser. R equals S.get, HTTP URL. Print, R.text. Hashtag cookies. If you want to manually add cookies to your session, use the cookie utility functions to manipulate session.cookies. Sessions can also be used as context managers. With requests.session, as s.get, HTTP URL. This will make sure the session is closed as soon as the with block is exited, even if unhandled exceptions occurred. Remove a value from a dict parameter. Sometimes you'll want to omit session level keys from a dict parameter. To do this, you simply set that key's value to none in the method level parameter. It will automatically be omitted. All values that are contained within a session are directly available to you. See the session API docs to learn more. Request and response objects. Whenever a call is made to requests.get and friends, you are doing two major things. First, you are constructing a request object which will be sent off to a server to request or query some resource. Second, a response object is generated once requests gets a response back from the server. The response object contains all of the information returned by the server and also contains the request object you created originally. Here is a simple request to get some very important information from Wikipedia servers. r equals requests.get, HTTP URL. If we want to access the headers the server sent back to us, we do this. r.headers. Content length, 56170, x content type options, no snif, x cache. Hid from cp1006.akia.umnet, miss from cp1010.akia.umnet, content encoding. Zip, h, 3080, content language, n, vary, except encoding cookie. Server, Apache, last modified, WED, 13 June 2012 0133:50 GMT. Connection, close, cache control, private, smaxage equals 0, maxage equals 0. Must revalidate, date, Thursday, 14 June 2012 12:59:39 GMT, content type. Text/HTML, charset equals UTF-8, x cache lookup, hit from cp1006.akia.umnet 3128. Miss from cp1010.akia.umnet 80. However, if we want to get the headers we sent the server, we simply access the request, and then the request's headers. r.request.headers. Accept encoding, identity, deflate, compress, zip. Accept, user agent, Python requests /1.2.0. Prepared requests. Whenever you receive a response object from an API call or a session call, the request attribute is actually the prepared request that was used. In some cases you may wish to do some extra work to the body or headers, or anything else really, before sending a request. The simple recipe for this is the following. From requests import request, session. S equals session. REQ equals request, post, URL, data equals data, headers equals headers. Prepped equals REQ prepare. Hashtag do something with prep.body. Prep.body equals no, I want exactly this as the body. Hashtag do something with prep.headers. Del prep.headers content type. RESP equals s.send, prepped. Stream equals stream. Verify equals verify. Proxies equals proxies. Cert equals cert. Timeout equals timeout. Print, RESP status underscore code. Since you are not doing anything special with the request object, you prepare it immediately and modify the prepared request object. You then send that with the other parameters you would have sent to requests asterisk or session star. However, the above code will lose some of the advantages of having a request session object. In particular, session level states such as cookies will not get applied to your request. To get a prepared request with that state applied, replace the call to request.prepare with the call to session.prepare_request, like this. From requests import request, session. S equals session. REQ equals request, get, URL, data equals data, headers equals headers. Prepped equals s.prepare_request, REQ. Hashtag do something with prep.body. Prep.body equals seriously, send exactly these bytes. Hashtag do something with prep.headers. Prep.headers keep dead equals parent. RESP equals s.send, prepped. Stream equals stream. Verify equals verify. Proxies equals proxies. Cert equals cert. Timeout equals timeout. Print, RESP status underscore code. When you are using the prepared request flow, keep in mind that it does not take into account the environment. This can cause problems if you are using environment variables to change the behavior of requests. For example, self-signed SSL certificates specified in requests_CA_bundle will not be taken into account. As a result, an SSL certificate_verify_failed is thrown. You can get around this behavior by explicitly merging the environment settings into your session.
I didn't even close
From
that
requests
down.
import request, session.
So it's kind of nice to be able to stop it quickly. So sorry. I'm so overaired. And just... right. Here. Yeah. Nothing new. Yeah, so it was nice to... it said there at the start that you just added a dictionary Here, any dictionaries that you pass this request method will emerge with the session level values that are set. So yeah, so we can mess about with that a bit, but we're currently at 423. And I think I need to switch gears. I don't like these kind of, you know, when there's no airflow into your ears. Man, you can't hear anything. I hate it. I want to hear everything. So I'm just checking my phone. So time just flies by. How does that happen, really? I know I started streaming late today, but it's just been 3 hours and it was long, and it's already almost night. Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting information here we can use. But let's just get started. Well, why not, you know? So, first of all, it would be nice to have some kind of place to get the information. Is it available online? Oh my god, I know it is. So, let's continue looking at this. What structures? That's not useful. Maybe. At the very end, what did it say? So, in here, request is assemble yet old HTTP library. So, R equal, let's get off our status code. Yes, I don't like cutoff tags. Allows you to send HTTP 1 requests, 1.1 requests. Extremely easy. No need to manually add query strings to your URLs or to form. Encode your fit info data. But not, it's just use a JSON method. Okay. Yeah, and I'm thinking they mean this. Well, maybe something else. $30 million a week. That's kind of funny. Oh. Yeah, we just started looking at this page. So he puts every plate downstairs. So good. You can hear when he's done with the food too. He used to just have a pile of stuff, you know. So it happens sometimes. Now let's go back to the source. So I'm sorry if source is boring for you. Not here. It's information about the current version. So what does this file do? Internal utils. Unicode is ASCII. Okay. I guess we'll go from the top. So I'm assuming longer code now. I won't do this for long. So it might be easier just to like search here and see if we find something, or just clone it and search there. But then there's my hard drive space issues. Something in it, is there like, there's not any of them called like, here's where we have stuff on the header. I think mostly it just sends them on, right? Let's look at this one. And I know I'm done, okay? First list header. Yeah, we need to read the HTTP really, not this. So it's replacing some stuff. No. No, sorry. I won't bore you more, I'm sorry. I'll just quickly read the function. Names. Default headers. It's kind of interesting. This is default headers. So we don't know what the value of this is. If we don't look at line 61.8. Right. So maybe this is an interesting bit, that this is the absolute base, right? So this is the first things of the first things. So it's still going, burp is still going, so we're just playing with this meanwhile, right? So it's a mess for now. It'll be a mess for it tomorrow. Guess Jason. Shakehead validity. Verifies that hero parts don't contain leading white space for third characters or return characters. So it does these things for us. Meaning we don't have to. We can just split things. Validate header part. Yeah, we'll get error messages if we do bad stuff. Rewind body. Well, let's just close the source down so I don't dig into something more that will bore people. Now let's go back to the main page of this. So let's just search on this page for headers. Alright. Let's see where we have custom headers, response headers. No, I want middle click this. Let's click this one too. Seriously, my throat is not perfect. So, this is one text. Okay, nice. Let's just look at this. If you like to add HTTP headers to request, simply pass a dict to the header parameter. For example, we didn't specify our user agent in the previous example. So we didn't see the previous example because we just hopped into there. So this is a quick start, okay? Yeah, so my throat is a bit of a mess, but if I TTS it, I will go crazy from the slow speed. Like so. I won't read as much as usual. Request guide. And here we have the added data. Request simple API is it all functions here. This is so here we have get, we have post, we have put, delete, add options. Passing parameters. If we're constructing the URL by hand, this data will be given as schema pairs and URL option. Question mark kg key as well. First allow you to provide these arguments as a dictionary of strings using the parent keyword argument. Parents. And then the payload is this. So why complicate it by not just putting it there? Is it just me that thinks that's what easier? Key value, key value. You can see that the URL has been correctly encoded by printing the URL. Oh, print our URL. Okay, so we can always do print our URL to see the URL. Okay. Well, request, whatever it's called, .url. Note that any dictionary key whose value is known will not be added to the URL's query string, and we just had one called debug with we didn't set to anything. Key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2, key 2, value 3. Okie dokie. So response content. Yeah, let's do the response later. In the request currently. So we just wanna write more complicated requests. Typically you want some foreign coded data. The data argument can also have multiple values for each key. It was funny that my phone scrolled exactly at the same time that I did. So what did I hop into? I'll just close the data stuff there. What? Oh, okay. Just making sure I don't miss any important stuff. Right. So, yeah. Yeah, so I'm seeing that the rain the day after tomorrow approaches there on my phone. So closing phone down. Yeah, you need like a tiny break sometimes. Yeah, this might help my throat. There are times you want to the not forming code if you pass a string. Select data will be posted directly. Yeah, so this is like a bit of a mess doing. I mean, couldn't we just have a normal code instead of this? Yes, I think post a file. Yeah, there's a thing too. This is interesting. I'll just think I'll minimize that bit for now. Yeah, and I hop to several bits. So this is interesting. So first of all, let's just comment these lines for now, and then we'll just print. Oh my god. Click twice down instead of one. We'll just print this one to see what it looks like, and this is not used yet because I added a. We could have like a test URL here instead. Right, because I want to see if we have internet before we start stuff. So, it could be anything, just happened to me. It would be my webpage right now. Because I tested something. Alright. Well, this will also print us. Whatever. Let's just run it anyway. Okay, that's interesting. Would it save it though? Use the actions in the editor toolbar to either undo your changes or overwrite the content of the file with your changes. Yeah, so how am I supposed to see anything with this darn thing up here, right? Yeah, so I deleted that. I want it like this. Is this the old one? How can I? If I click here, will it disappear? Yeah, so this is nothing to do with what we were doing. So what is it about? Conflict? I mean, well, this is what we want. Why did it pop this up? I didn't ask it to. This is so annoying. Use your changes and overwrite? I'm assuming it was the right one. Yeah, because it was green. This is the one we were doing. The other one didn't have anything to do with it. I'm assuming they think that they are connected since they're on the same place. So okay, what did I do? Eating PHP? No, I'm not running that. Oh, F5? Yeah, exactly. Gosh. So we got the code for my page. But at the start here we have a printout of our variable here. Starting with the get. So I just wanted to confirm that this is an okay way to make this variable. And then we just get the print from here. So we got the web page and everything here. So maybe we shouldn't even have a test URL. I mean, we would know here if we had this. Let's just skip it. Requests.session. We're not using this, are we? Yes, we are. We just are using a very odd name. Yes, gubben. Va? Okej. Redan? Du spricker inte din mage, gubben. Det var efter 19 när du fick pannkakan. Vad var det, 1920 eller någonting? Kommer inte din mage att spricka om du äter en tredje sak på en gång? Okay. I'll just talk to my kid a bit. Jag fixar gubben. Ja. Ja. Nej, jag får 24. Yeah, so he wants even more food. And I'm like, you just ate 2 things. Won't your tummy just explode? Well, no, it won't. He just has spaghetti and meat sauce, like a big place spaghetti. Okay. Well, I guess that you can watch this pretty thing. It's quick. I'll just put some nuggets in the air fryer. Did anything happen while I was gone? Don't think it's right. So seriously, I don't want to get another cold. But I was a bit off too yesterday. Okie dokie. Let's go. So most common. Oh my god. Right. Missed this one. So I kind of remember. Here. This is the value of this one. No. There. I'm like, why have several lines like this? So, this is actually this, meaning this. Join. RE, which is, of course, import RE up here. Oh, so annoying. Make headers except encoding true, except encoding. So make headers. It's a part of URL-lib. So we're not gonna check that source out, but we can kind of look at it. How it's supposed to work. Keep alive true. User agent. That one. Connection keep alive user agent. That one. But in this case, it only says util make headers except encoding true, except encoding gzip deflate. So what does this depend on? Will this except encoding true always be gzip deflate? I don't think so. So we do have highlight all ones, so if alright, so we have it down here. This is the only place we have stuff on this. Okay. Keep alive no. Add connection keep alive header. except encoding. So ours say except encoding true, except encoding. Well, let's look at this one later too. So except encoding true, except encoding. So true. Okay. True translate to gzip deflate. If either packages are installed is used instead. So if these are installed, it adds BR there. That's the only reason. And that will then be joined by a comma. String will be used as provided. Well, so I get the gzip deflate bit is kinda what it will be here. So, since I have something in my copy paste, so this kinda didn't do it, right? It's too many characters. Then we just hop to... Oh, that was long ago. Explain. Match a comma followed by 0 or more whitespace characters. In case of the role string in Python where backslashes are treated as literal characters and not as escape characters. Comma matches literal comma character. Special sequence and regular expression that matches any whitespace character. So, let's give it more. So it will split it on this. from Euro. That was really exciting. So we don't, it will also always give us too much information. So, I just want, let's redo it. This one. Let's skip this bit because it will just confuse it, right? It can't do anything short. That's annoying. I could just have tested it, run it. But I wanted to see. Okay, so it actually does it, but it does it very slowly in steps. Yeah. So the stupid thing here is that it will actually split this into parts just to be able to make the same later. Right? Because we have this bit here. So you change this to capital A. Yeah. This is kind of what I assumed. So I could just run it too. But I didn't want to import RE and, I think it's, well, it would also already be there, but I don't think we could access it without. Well, it's just, why do we want this? Right? Why? And I heard the food beeping. So this would actually then be as a default. So why would that be the default for requests? That is. So, right, I should go back. Is it this one I should go back on? No, it's the next one. There. I just had it in my memory there, but I should go back. In my brain memory. To specify what memory. Right. So Burp is still not finished with its scan. It's at 584. And it's still not finished. And the food beeped. Well, why not put some of this on, right? Well, let's TTS, whatever. Let's do a bit more here, like so. And I'm scrolling up here, so that this is what I was thinking was
Post a
most
multi-part
interesting.
encoded file. Requests makes it simple to upload multi-part encoded files. URL equals HTTP URL. Files equals file, open, report.xls, rb. R equals requests.post, URL, files equals files. R.text. Files. File, censored, binary, data. You can set the file name, content underscore type, and headers explicitly. URL equals HTTP URL. Files equals file, report.xls, open, report.xls, rb, application/vnd.msxl, expires, 0. R equals requests.post, URL, files equals files. R.text. Files. File, censored, binary, data. If you want, you can send strings to be received as files. URL equals HTTP URL. Files equals file, report.csv, some data to send \nano the row to send \n. R equals requests.post, URL, files equals files. R.text. Files. File, some data to send \nano the row to send \n. In the event you are posting a very large file as a multi-part /form data request, you may want to stream the request. By default, requests does not support this, but there is a separate package which does, requests toolbelt. You should read the toolbelt's documentation for more details about how to use it. For sending multiple files in one request, refer to the advanced section. Warning. It is strongly recommended that you open files in binary mode. This is because requests may attempt to provide the content length header for you, and if it does, this value will be set to the number of bytes in the file. Errors may occur if you open the file in text mode. Response status codes. We can check the response status code. R equals requests.get, HTTP URL. R.status underscore code. 200. Requests also comes with a built-in status code lookup object for easy reference. R.status underscore code equals requests.codes.ok. True. If we made a bad request, a 4xx client error or 5xx server error response, we can raise it with response.raise underscore for underscore status. Bad underscore r equals requests.get, HTTP URL. Bad underscore r.status underscore code. 404. Bad underscore r.raise underscore for underscore status. Traceback, most recent call last. File request/models.py, line 832, in raise underscore for underscore status. Raise HTTP underscore error. Requests.exceptions.http error, 404 client error. But, since our status underscore code for R was 200, when we call raise underscore for underscore status, we get r.raise underscore for underscore status. None. All is well. Response headers. We can view the server's response headers using a Python dictionary. R.headers. Content encoding, zip. Transfer encoding, chunked. Connection, close. Server, inc/1.0.4. X runtime, 148 ms. ATIG, E1CA502697E5C93177443DC078F67693F. Content type, application/JSON. The dictionary is special, though, it's made just for HTTP headers. According to RFC 7230, HTTP header names are case insensitive. So, we can access the headers using any capitalization we want. R.headers content type. Application/JSON. R.headers.get, content type. Application/JSON. It is also special in that the server could have sent the same header multiple times with different values, but requests combines them so they can be represented in the dictionary within a single mapping, as per RFC 7230. A recipient may combine multiple header fields with the same field name into one field name, field value pair, without changing the semantics of the message, by appending each subsequent field value to the combined field value in order, separated by a comma. Cookies. If a response contains some cookies, you can quickly access them. URL equals HTTP URL. R equals requests.get, URL. R.cookies example underscore cookie underscore name. Example underscore cookie underscore value. To send your own cookies to the server, you can use the cookies parameter. URL equals HTTP URL. cookies equals dict, cookies underscore r equals working. R equals requests.get, URL, cookies equals cookies. R.text. Cookies, cookies underscore r, working. Cookies are returned in a requests cookie jar, which acts like a dict but also offers a more complete interface, suitable for use over multiple domains or paths. Cookie jars can also be passed into requests. Jar equals requests.cookies.requests cookie jar. Jar.set, tasty underscore cookie, yum, domain equals happybin.org, path equals /cookies. Jar.set, gross underscore cookie, black, domain equals happybin.org, path equals /elsewhere.
So I just sort of
URL
we should
equals
probably
http
have
URL.
a code, right?
R equals requests.get,
So we should probably
URL,
change
cookies
our
equals jar.
category.
R.text. Cookies, tasty underscore cookie,
Let's stop
yum.
this thing. So I heard something interesting down there. So that they're case insensitive according to the standard. I don't know where it said about the headers anyway. Yeah, we can use any capitalization we want. So this is why it was extra. It's hard to understand. Yeah. Whatever. Let's just change here. Going from science and technology to software. Because this is more software development. Even if we're still waiting for response from our natives, but that's also mostly software stuff, right? So we read the code, and that's why I'm doing this. So let's just quickly check through these. So number 0. Did it hop away? Was I wrong? Yeah, it was just random. So we have this session with all the admin flags out here. And these don't. Because someone just used these. Okay. Yeah, this one. This one. Oh, it was the current one. Okay. So we didn't get a reply yet. So this is the one it's currently waiting for a reply. That's wrong. So did it just stop this auto scroll? Well, let's redo it then. I still want you to hop there. So I'm not alone doing this. I'm kind of thinking that what I was thinking before, that people will get these randomly assigned to them all the time, right? So this would be a very odd way if it was one of these. But maybe another number. I don't know. So this is Thai food and this is a bit hot. It also rises a lot. Let's split it up. There's one other type you use. Frozen. So. It's closing up to the number, you know. So we've done 650 now. With no hits yet. Let's see here. So thoughts, most common, and then we saw web page with not this one. Here. So actually, I will put this on TTS, and since my throat is a bit broken, and I'm eating anyway, right?
What are HTTP headers? The Postman Team. July 11, 2023. HTTP headers contain metadata in key value pairs that are sent along with HTTP requests and responses. They can be used to define caching behavior, facilitate authentication, and manage session state. HTTP headers help the API client and server communicate more effectively and enable developers to optimize and customize the API's behavior. Here, we'll review the most common HTTP request and response headers, explore some best practices for using them, and review how the Postman API platform can help streamline header-related workflows. Related, what is HTTP? What are the most common HTTP headers? HTTP headers play a crucial role in server and client behavior throughout the request and response cycle. Request headers are sent by the client to the server and contain information and instructions related to the requested resource, while response headers are sent by the server to the client and provide metadata, instructions, and additional information about the response itself. Some of the most commonly used request headers are: accept. The accept header defines the media types that the client is able to accept from the server. For instance, accept application/JSON, text/HTML indicates that the client prefers JSON or HTML responses. This information allows the server to send a resource representation that meets the client's needs. User agent. The user agent header identifies the web browser or client application that is making the request, which enables the server to tailor its response to the client. For instance, if the user agent header indicates that the request is coming from the Chrome browser, the server may include CSS prefixes for CSS properties that are compatible with Chrome. Authorization. The authorization header is used to send the client's credentials to the server when the client is attempting to access a protected resource. For instance, the client might include a JSON web token, JWT, as the value of the header, which the server will then verify before returning the requested resource. Content type. The content type header identifies the media type of the content in the request body. For instance, content type, application/JSON indicates that the request body contains JSON data. This information helps the server successfully interpret and process the payload. Cookie. The client can use the cookie header to send previously stored cookies back to the server. The server then uses these cookies to associate the request with a specific user or session. This header plays an important role in delivering personalized experiences, as it enables the server to remember a user's login state or language preference. The most common response headers are: content type. The content type response header is the counterpart of the content type request header, as it indicates the type of data that the server is sending to the client. The header value typically includes the media type, such as text/HTML, application/JSON, image/JPEG, and audio/MP3, as well as any optional parameters. Cache control. The cache control header controls caching behavior in the client's browser or intermediate caches. It defines how the response can be cached, when it expires, and how it should be revalidated. For example, cache control, max age equals 3600, public instructs the client to cache the response for a maximum of 3600 seconds, 1 hour, and allows caching by public caches. Server. The server header includes the name and version of the server software that generated the response, as well as information about the server's technology stack. For instance, server, Apache/2.4.10, Unix, indicates that the response was generated by the Apache web server version February 4, 10. It's important to note that the server header is informational and doesn't affect the API's functionality. Set cookie. The set cookie header instructs the client to store a cookie with the specified name, value, and additional attributes, such as expiration, domain, path, and security flags. The client will then include the cookie in subsequent requests in order to facilitate stateful communication and personalized experiences. Content length. The content length header, which specifies the size of the response body in bytes, can help the client anticipate how much data it is going to receive. This improves performance by allowing the client to plan in advance for more efficient memory allocation and data processing. What are some best practices for using HTTP headers? HTTP headers are ubiquitous in modern web applications, so it's essential for developers to follow these best practices when implementing them. Keep headers concise. Developers should avoid including unnecessary information in headers and remove redundant headers. Concision helps reduce the size of both requests and responses, which improves the application's overall performance. Some headers may also contain sensitive information, so being judicious about which headers should be included can reduce the risk of accidental exposure. Leverage caching headers. The caching headers we discussed above play an important role in reducing load on the server and improving response times. For instance, if a user visits the same web application several times in a short interval, the client can retrieve the content from the browser's cache, which eliminates the need for a round trip to the server. This improves the user experience by accelerating page rendering, minimizing network usage, and reducing the number of repetitive requests for the same unchanged content. Prioritize security at the header level. Developers should never include sensitive data, such as passwords and API keys, in plain text headers. They should also implement logic to validate and sanitize request headers in order to prevent header injection attacks, such as CRLF injection or HTTP response splitting.
Fixerbot says.
Safely handle cross-origin
Welcome,
resource
Raiders.
sharing.
Theobald
CORS.
Kacker brought 5
CORS,
friends to the party.
which stands for
Go drop
cross-origin
them a
resource
follow.
sharing, is a mechanism that allows a resource to be requested from a different origin than the one from which
New followers are
Oh.
set. Less than 3.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Veshihat says.
I'm eating hot
We're
Thai
hacking,
folks. I put the
D.
TPS on.
Theobald Kacker says. Tomb Raid.
Thank you very much for the raid. What are you doing on stream? Ah, of course you were hacking something, right? Raid. Oh my.
Chaos 2 says.
Okay, co-working.
I think it's cool that you put something on for us to listen to while you're AFK. I've learned a few things today from that alone.
Okay.
Theobald Kacker
nice.
says. Just co-working honestly. Fixerbot says.
New follower Willius Maximus. Less than 3.
Willius Maximus says. Dino Dance. Theobald Kacker says. Catching up with work. Just got back from holiday.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So that's why I have a little old times now, because I kind of have vacation too. So, yeah. So I hope you had a great vacation. Yeah. Hope you did a lot of fun stuff. And not only computer. Just a second. It's so hot that I actually get tears in my eyes from the food. Oh, there's a lot of chili in this. Yeah. So we're going to make a Python script, more like generally.
It was amazing.
Doing
Gotta
the
head to
things.
work. Have a great stream.
Okay. Oh, have a great day at work. Yeah. So, I don't know exactly where it was.
it
but
originated. CORS
Yeah,
plays
so
a critical.
it kind of started at the place where it was there. So I'm almost finished with the food. We can actually hop back a bit, yeah. So this is just best practices for using HTTP headers. So I'll TTS the rest of this while I finish my food, and then we'll continue. And we have a burp running on a slow thing, so we're looking at making something to replace it with Python.
Developers should never include sensitive data, such as passwords and API keys, in plain text headers.
That you learn things.
They should also implement logic to validate and sanitize request headers in order to prevent header injection attacks, such as CRLF injection or HTTP response splitting. Safely handle cross-origin resource sharing, CORS. CORS, which stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing, is a mechanism that allows a resource to be requested from a different origin than the one from which it originated. CORS plays a critical role in API integration, but it must be carefully configured to prevent unauthorized access. Developers should therefore use the access control allow origin header to specify the permitted request origins and employ other CORS headers like access control allow methods and access control allow headers to restrict the types of requests and headers allowed. How does Postman make it easier to work with HTTP headers? The Postman API platform is the gold standard for all API-related work, and it includes several features that streamline.
They say, of course. Right? So I think we got to the add part of their telling us stuff. So 2 bites more and I'm done. Hot. And this actually finished, but it didn't work. We didn't get anything, I think. We'll see. So this is also falling out of my ear. Just lost rice here. So there. Let's see. So we started the stream. We're reading this code, and then we thought that, well, I did, but since there doesn't seem to be any way for us to set a session variable because they're saved on the server is what I read, and I didn't know this, So this is new to me, which it means it's good. And almost all of these are the same size here. And these are what the session was old admin flag set. And then we will hop to a few that actually were set recently, meaning someone else used these, right? So from here on... Oh, we got it here! I thought it would be bigger! It's the same size! Oh well, we did get it. And it was actually number 120. So if I had read through them all already then, we would have had it quicker. But anyway, we were doing the Python thing at the same time. So, then it's time to do the documentation, right? So, what I was going to say was that we had to, steal someone's session, right? Because we couldn't just get it ourselves, we couldn't set the variable. So note, here is the password for this one. Here is what we get when we see it first. This is the code, which is linked here. The source code with the password censored out of it. Right? Well, that was actually its own password. They didn't need to censor that. They usually don't either. So the censored password that we got now is this one. So, since after reading the code, we saw that there were no way for us to set the session variable admin to 1. So I made some comments in the code over here. So this is what it does when it has a cookie, and this is what it does when it hasn't a numerical cookie. And it always sets it to 0 here. Well, we looked through the code thoroughly. So the only way then, I'm hopping to the wrong one, I should hop to this. This also logging in well, it doesn't really log us in, but it's kinda no reason to type that, because, you know, it says here that if we would have logged in as admin, it usually used to return 1, but it says this method of authentication appears to be unsafe and has been disabled for now, although there's no other way to authenticate. This leads me to think we have to steal another session. Oh, the existing sessions are numbered. Up numbers up to 640. So we set burp to work in it. Let's just put the request here, right? HTTP. Let's hop over to the request. So drivers. So this would have been done so much quicker, and also if we could, like, we had a string for it to look for, really, so I could have just had it start for that, but it didn't matter much, you know? Since this was burp, this wasn't a real Python program or anything like that. I'd say, oh, this one's it. So I'm kind of thinking that I'll post a Python script for next time we need this. Or we might just finish it. So continue. Because I'm thinking to make something kind of general. So let's hop out here again. So, so this might not be the same all the time now, but
Neo Spring says, did it work?
it worked. It worked. So I'm thinking, should I take a screenshot or should I? Well, I wanted to remove the search. Come on. Let's remove this one. So, let's make just a take a bit here. Use this one. This is enough. Well, I guess let's take the body. Well, when we have the cookie now name up there, so whatever. Number was 120 actually. We got. And then let's HTTP this and put this in here. So here we have the it kind of prettified it, you know. In the burp, we have the pretty hair, not the roll. So it's kind of funny when you copy it from the pretty one, you almost expect it to look like that. But we have the password here and the username too. So this is what we need for the next one. So 19 was it? Yeah, I think so.
Cypher Enigma says,
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Good afternoon. So this was still kinda taking a long time, and we could have made a Python script kinda easily to do this. Should we do that and see how long it will take? Just as a test? I think we would. I think we're going to do it because we will learn something from it, right? And we will have a script that we can keep using. So currently I've just been adding stuff here. Let's do from burp. So this wasn't actually this one. Maybe we should put this one here instead. Well, it is this one, it's just not finished. Well, it actually is. It is the exact one we used. I was just replacing this bit. So, alright, I changed the name of this one to this. And well, let's keep that line there. And let's actually do let's keep it there, but also make a new one where we say F. So hopping languages too much, putting parentheses there. So F, we need a colon, of course. We can just do in, right? If password colon n response type.
Is this a different OTW? I saw you in NATAS the other day.
Yeah, this is Nada's number 18. Only I'm currently looking at just doing it with Python instead, because we used burp and it kind of took some time for it to work through this with Intruder. So let's see how quick it would be if we just send it with Python. Or we can just continue in 19 if everybody wants that. You can just tell me if you prefer to continue with 19 here, because we have the password now. 19. So, I'm thinking the easiest way to convert this, because this is what I want to do. I want to convert this to, let's say we can paste anything we want here, and then we want to convert it. And then we'll programmatically edit this one, because that's what we want to do. Or we can just like use this kind of formatting, which is only putting these characters in there manually. We can do that too. So this is currently using the need is 19, but it's called test.py because this is going to be something else. But let's copy this bit. I don't want to use all of this, but oh, sorry, poor thing here. Actually, there. So this is how it looks, this style, and I already have a URL variable set, so I don't unset it. Let's move this up. Let's actually move this one up too. So this is the example. Come on. So after this, we just print it there. We don't want to comment all of this, doesn't matter as long as we don't use it. So this is just stuff that doesn't matter for this example. If we were to use this one here, meaning the URL, we need of course a URL too. Actually with the debug, which is what we would use here too. Actually we need the debug. Let's look at the 18 here. So in 18, will we see the password without debug? Yeah, we will. This is the only text that is printed without debug. So it's possible. And if we wanted to actually log in, we could use this. So this is just, currently we don't need this. What we need is this here, right? So let's just check quickly what we're doing 18 now. So this is just to do it more quickly than remaking the whole thing, right? That I did before was going to. But this is also a step in the right direction. So these, of course, are supposed to be 18. The basic auth needs to be the correct one. I don't have to copy the basic, but whatever. Now we did it. So we need the cookie, right? So let's just comma, and then we do comma there. So why are these red? What did I do? Oh, I forgot the colon. Of course. So there. So I was like, what? Very obvious error. So it's like kind of the same, right? Right, and these have the BR too, because we just checked into how this one works. And if you had a certain thing installed, it will add a BR there. Yeah. Well, this is of course not correct. So, well, this is the request. And we don't have a loop yet, you know, we need to we need to make a loop. So, I want to do something for me automatically, please. No. So my syntax for Python Force is not as good as I would want it to be, probably. Which is kind of funny. It's all the different languages. They're all trying to be in my brain at the same time. I want a range one. So yeah, 4x in range. Maybe I should type instead of copying it, right? So for well, for ID in range, let's do that. Oh, so so I know these numbers are fidgety, right? So let's just start with just printing the ID. So let's do 640. And we want the if in here. Then we always need a colon, of course. So how to update this one here? Or should we just put the whole thing in there? Doesn't matter, it's just order of stuff. Let's make it simple for us, right? So I will indent it soon. So this one we don't need to create more ones. So yeah, and this is just because it's not indented before. We will get this user agent test. Right, so instead of this, we're going to actually put the headers here. Headers. And this is okay, and this one needs to be right. So it's only if we don't have an internet, which is kind of not necessary, right? But there might be other exceptions. This way I have specified them exactly. So if there are new exceptions, I want to know them. I don't want to just not do them, you know. This is a bug in this. Why did I indent it at all? It's not a bug. But sometimes after an exit, even if there's something else, it will grayed out. So of course it's not supposed to be if this response here. It's actually more like in here. Yeah. So let's now see if it can indent all of this for me nicely here. I know that there are keys that are supposed to do this. Like this one. But I'm not sure it works in my... Yeah, I think I might just click tab here. Come on. Unselect that. So if I tab now, will it do it? No? So I don't think I'm in the right place. What does it do when I do tab? Yeah, it does indent it. So shift tab, yeah. So, so now it will set the header. What we need to do is put it here. But first of all, let's just put an exit here. So just skip the rest. Whatever odd stuff is there. Will it do it? I don't know yet. And just let's print the number. Because if it's wrong, I don't want to have to mess about with it. So let's just print the ID first and see if it can even run this. You shouldn't get to here. So let's see. Yeah, so we get an error, which is annoying. Okay, this is what I need to select stuff for the darn comment thing, because I can't print this character in my... I can't do this in my keyboard. Why is this so high? So now we didn't need the exit anymore. So it does it, yeah, because it doesn't do the last one. We want it to do the last one. Come on, scroll up quicker. So it starts at 1, yeah? So we just need to add 1 here because of the way the range works. It's kind of funny that it tells us the first one not to use, right? We will need an exit in another place. Oh, that's a page up instead of just nothing. So this will be kind of quick. Now we're going to uncomment this thing again. I wish I could replace that character. I tried to put something else there. So let's see now. This is indented in another number of... Oh, what happened? Okay, that broke it. So we'll undo instead. Because when I commented it, it kind of broke it here, right? So let's just undo all of that and just change this to 1. So here, we will just change this to plus ID, and it will probably complain about the conversion. So I have too much C# in my brain right now and C++ to remember exactly how the conversion is in Python. It's embarrassing, but it's let's see what it does. If it can do it explicitly, I don't think so. So if password, print response text, and let's just exit there too, because we don't need any more. Yeah. I need to change it. So I don't think just str does it. Right? Right, it's not even running. Or still running. I don't think this will work. No internet connection. Yeah. So let's do it. So Python int to string str function. Yeah, so that's correct then. You can convert it to string using str function. So this one was correct. I did remember it correctly. So what did we get? What was the error? No internet connection. So what is wrong with our URL or something? Let's actually use the auth. And let's is it used? So yeah, right. So now we have used this annoying pop-up thing. We want the auth there. So it might be parents. It's supposed to be parents instead of headers. Yeah, I think so. Maybe parents. Because something is off with this request there. It might just be. Or we have to split it up. Which is kinda odd too, right? Or we could just look at one of these. Oh, sorry, my nose just scissors. Yeah, so they use params here. With this one, for this, and response request get URL headers params. So using both headers and params is a username. I don't think we need that. Auth, and these are named, so they can be in any order. That's what I was thinking about, right? The order. So headers is supposed to be headers. So that was okay as it was before. So let's undo that. Now let's add the auth. I don't like naming them the same, but well, whatever, you know. So this we need to change. It's supposed to be 80, and this one. There. So now we have the correct auth. We have the URL. We don't really need the debug one now. Something in this might be bad. We change this at least in case it needs that. So if we just remove the cookie and put it as a number here. So first save, run, see what happens before I change anything more. So it says no internet connection, which means we get some kind of error here. So we need to actually see. Let's actually skip these so that we can see what the actual error is, right? Also, we have an if here. So if there was an odd error that I caught by invalid leading white space for start characters or return characters in cookie. Okay, so we have some kind of odd stuff going on there. We did print them just a bit ago, and the number seems okay, right? So, did any of these have a cookie? Maybe we need something else for the cookie. How was it in? Let's look at cookies here. So elegant key value cookies. Here's cookies. So yeah, cookie is supposed to be a special thing. It's not supposed to be a header. Cookies are working. Funny. So every time it hops something on the chat, I look over there. Yeah, so cookies, tasty cookie, yum. So we need to do a special thing. Our request get URL cookies dot jar equals jar, and jar is request cookies jar. Jar set. Nah, this is too much. Cookies. Cookie dict. So cookies. This will be good enough. Wrong one. Up to the wrong one. So this also means we don't need to change the headers. Right? We need only to change the cookies. And we need to have the cookies here. We can probably just remove the all. We just need to change this. Well, let's delete this one. And so cookies on. Is it really supposed to be like this? Is it supposed to be like this? It's kind of ugly. So smart thing. It pasted correctly. Yeah, so now we just have the cookie set here with a different number. And we'll see if this works better. Yes, it worked. So that's how quick it would have been with Python. What do you think? Is it quicker? So we can use this. Yeah. So test py currently, let's copy it. Now let's paste it up here too. And let's rename it as 18. Not 118. 18.py. This solves it in seconds. Is it seconds even? Well, let's not run it too many times because it's actually sending stuff to the internet, you know. So let's remove these bits. So we just have the URL here. We have making this session, and we're sending the different cookies. And if the response contains password, we print it and accept, because then we have the password. That's very easy. And no error checking needed, because it's a basic thing. This is the only thing we needed here. We could probably skip a few of these lines too. Quite a few. So very basic Python. Well, let's save it and run this one. 3 seconds. I think it took 3 seconds to solve it. That's nice. We could, of course, cut out the text after password or whatever if we're doing this several times. So we're just printing it there. Oh. Alright, maybe Python can just output it in HTML style, meaning just skipping the tags, right? That will be. We could just skip all the tags. Well, printing it. But we're done for the example. So let's add a note here to 18. So after doing this, we also made, let's add another line, a symbol. Alright, I just realized I'm not typing in the right place, so let's undo. Was that it? If I close this now, yeah. Let's actually put it in there. No, Python script. That did the same in 3 seconds. Let's see, 2 space. So 18.5. So that didn't take so much time to make the Python script, right? And now I know more about requests that we need to put the cookie separate in a cookies, which is nice. Learn things and have more things available for next time. So we can close this one. So I definitely was looking for the longest one. That's why I didn't find it quicker. There might even have been more of them, you know, but we didn't care for more than one. So, I'm just thinking of all the time. If I had done that from the start instead of doing this, how much time we would have saved. Oh well. Oh well. We don't use that. We use this one. Alright. So let's hop up to Nadas here. Close this one. What is this one? Oh, this is the one with the file upload. No, this is okay. It's not that. So I just wanted to compare. We were actually getting the password. So let's close this one and let's go to 19. So imagine us doing it with a browser only. So Natus 19 and copying the password. There. So now this page uses mostly the same code as the previous level, but session ID are no longer sequential. Okay, so you know what we will do, right? We will check most of the same code. So we will just put 19 into our script. But first we will take a screenshot. And I don't have my screenshotting program on. So let's just start ShareX. Come on. It doesn't realize I had it installed first. It wanted me to click install it. So it's running now. Let's see. Could paste it and everything. So this. What do you think? So let's copy this. Well, let's actually hop over here. And let's just save this one. Well, we can just copy it or whatever, you know. Copy. Paste. What? No, I want F2 this one. So 19. And then we change, I think I had this. No, of course not. So let's copy this one and paste here. And I think we can just delete this line and do 19 here. So, and let's uncomment the auth bit because this is easier, right? And we just change them all to 19. And then we run it. Same as previous. So they say session IDs are no longer sequential, and I'm like, what on earth do we mean by that? But so let's save it. And the fun thing with these actually being on the internet, I don't need to copy this to my other machine to run it. I can just run it. You know, new script, we need to tell it. So, right, so this one. This page contains password colon here. Alright, we don't have the right cookie. We'll have to look at it in Bird first before we do this. So let's just do admin password and log in. And this is what we're going to see. And we can just, because I haven't, right? So let's just do question mark debug. And we also got the debug information. If we were to wait now for like 30 seconds and run this again, it should say getting a new one. Do you think this is long enough? Yeah, session was old, admin flag set. So it looks like the same thing. So if we now look at Burp, look at this in Burp. One of these here. So this one has a cookie. And this one doesn't, because the cookie is sent here. Oh, look. Look at this number now. It's definitely not the same. So this is So we're using this session ID here now. And here is where we got the cookie. Mostly the same. So what it means is that the session IDs are no longer numbers. So I need to scroll up and look somewhere else. Here. So let's send this one, right? So I'm thinking, were they sequential before? I didn't even notice. So this digit changed from 1 to 2. So if we just, instead of this, put, oh god, this is so annoying. I was just going to put something there. So if we just do 3 here, we were to get the next one then. The one we don't use. I don't know why we would do that. So we could really skip this bit. But it doesn't matter, because it will contain password, which no it won't. So let's just do this. And let's actually 1 to 1. That's what I'm thinking. 1 to 2. Column. So it will run one time, it will do this, and it will print a response. Session was old, admin flag set. You are logged in as a regular user. So we got the same thing. So what if we run this one now? Again, to get a new one. Alright, I need to click again because so then it's more visible when I click back. Right, so now it really changed the number somewhere else. So why would this matter? And how could I possibly do something about this? I can't try all of these, you know? So we could run this a lot of times and see what the cassette cookie is. Right, we didn't even change it. So let's change request to get, and let's add the bug. There. So new session started. And if we were to add this bit, come on, I just want to paste. And we send this. So we get session start, okay. We didn't get any debug. Yeah, we got debug session start, okay. And the last one, we got also debug. Let's see. This one, we shouldn't have the debug information. Right. So here we got debug information. Yeah, so it doesn't send us a new cookie, of course, when we have the cookie. So this is, I didn't see that there, but it was there. It's usually there. It's for the current one. You're logged in as a regular user. Log in as an admin to retrieve credentials from latest 20. So I'm a bit tired of this one. And how much information do I have really? This is not a number from 0 to 640. We could get a lot of the session IDs and see. But other people might be using this too, you know. So, the box that I thought about doing after 18, it sounds much easier than this right now. I don't really know what to do with this. So the code is similar, but it's definitely not the same. Mostly the same code as the previous level, but session IDs are no longer sequential. So I don't get this sequential bit because it's not sequential. It's a random number. You know? It's very odd. So I think they changed number 18 because it was too hard or something. To be a random number instead. I mean, if they're sequential, it doesn't matter if there's 100 people trying at the same time. It will still not get the next number or whatever. Why would they even help? Have they moved them around? So, if we rerun this one now, it will probably say timed out here. Session was old, admin flag set. So it's set to 0 again. So I need a quick bathroom break. I guess it's not too bad. It's been 5 hours and 25 minutes, so. Should we put on some sound, some TTS here? So, what is about tea cookies? Let's see. Let's see if we can find something about session variables. No, this doesn't look very advanced or whatever. Maybe it's... well, I won't be gone long.
The process of working with HTTP request and response headers. With Postman, you can 1. Set request headers from an intuitive user interface. Users can easily set and adjust headers from within the Headers tab of a request. Postman will also prompt you with common headers to help you automatically complete your setup. 2. Save groups of commonly used request headers. Header presets allow users to keep commonly used headers together, which can then be reused in other requests. 3. Leverage auto-generated request headers. Postman will automatically add certain headers to your request according to its configuration. You can hover over any of these headers for additional information about why it was included, as well as instructions for how to deactivate or override it. 4. View, edit, and capture cookies. Postman's Cookie Manager enables users to easily keep track of the cookies that are associated with various domains. Users can also capture cookies with the Postman proxy or Postman interceptor and then use the cookies in the cookie jar when sending requests. 5. Safely store credentials. Users can set credentials in the Authorization tab and add these credentials to the authorization request header. Postman provides support for several types of authorization, including API keys, OAuth 2.0, and JWT. 6. View response headers. All response headers are displayed as key value pairs under the Headers tab of the response. Users can hover over any headers information icon to learn more about it. Plus 22. Today, more than 30 million developers use the Postman API platform. Postman simplifies each step of the API lifecycle and streamlines collaboration so you can create better APIs faster. View all posts by the Postman team rightward arrow. What do you think about this topic? Tell us in a comment below. You might also like how to build an API in Python. Guest author. This is a guest blog post by Stefan Jokic, tech content creator and .NET senior software engineer.
Sorry,
An API,
this is a
short
feature,
for application.
how this works. If we had just stopped the last one, we wouldn't have gotten this problem. But what should have happened
Click
is
here to
when
show
I click
toolbars
this,
of the
it
Web
just
Online Help
starts
System.
this one.
Show toolbars. Understanding session variables.
So we
This
can have
section
this...
explains the concept of a session and session variables.
I should have stopped the last one, right? Ah, annoying. So let's go back to the notes there. So what do we really know about this one? The PHP is similar to this one? Why did I click that one? I was supposed to click this one. So similar to this one. But the session IDs. So here's where it creates the ID. Right? It's not very sequential. So it's like, what? Here's the ID. So apparently this, well, it used the username here, but it didn't use it in the function. Right? So is it using this somehow to create something, whatever? What could it possibly do now? So the current one we have there, 3336362. There's a lot of 6s and 9s and 3s here. But there's also letters D, D, E here. And if we were to, like, get this one, let's send this to Peter. So we have a new tab here. If we send this one, now we have this number. Right, so let's just so PHP says ID. So let's copy them. Copy, send, paste. 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 There are differences here in this one, but maybe this one didn't manage to copy. So before I send again, let's paste. Yeah, there's a difference, and I'll go back to 1 and 2 and 3. Now the requests results are the same. Twice in a row there. There's actually these two are the same. So I was thinking time, but these are also within the same minute. These were the same. This one is also. Oh my. Let's do a few and check them later. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I click back again, so didn't we get all of them? That one we already had in the notes, and this one we have in the notes. Oh. So are they just a few of them? No. But they don't feel like they're 100% random. And what happened here? I might have not copied correctly. So, but let's continue here. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we should let the script just run it a few times and print them. And then we can like sort the results and see if they are like repeating a lot, and so we know what we can use. That's the only thing so far. So this was the one I already pasted, right? So that's the 5 new ones. So here I clicked with a few seconds between. Well, except for this one, which is kind of like missing a few things. So let's say XX. Seems like it's missing stuff. Let's do this. And then we can do 1 and then. So it kind of misses something there, right? But they're very similar. That after this, it's all the same, right? So the first number I saw change was this. From a 1 to a 2. They're not going up. So now when it's been a bit of time, what if we do a few more now? So let's send 5 more. So let's just select stuff from this one so we can see where we were. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And one of these was shorter too. Did you see there? One was shorter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Copy this. Yeah, so it's definitely not just me copying part of the number. It definitely was correct then. And there's 1 or 2 seconds between these. And it's not like a special moment, this one is. But this one also had, let's do spaces here instead, because it's not missed numbers. So, the 2 is still here. Why did I do that? So, yeah, so all of those have the same ending. The first digit is 3 for all of them. These only have 4 numbers. So that's a second digit. And the first is always 3 too, right? And then we have 2, 1, 2, 3, 6. Well, and 9 if we count these. The third is always 3. Also. And this one is always 3. Okay. Okay. So I'm thinking these might be ASCII. It's all 30s. So let's add an extra space for this one too. So between 30 and 39. Now we have a limited number to test. It doesn't matter what they mean. Not really. And it's not just a long number. 30 to 39. So we could just do the same thing, only we add this to the end. Where is the script? There. So instead here, so what I did to change this is already here, but it's this. Confirm it's the same. So 2d6. Yeah, it changes here. Because this is an old one. D4, 6. So this does change too. But not in the same way. But it's still bad that it changed. It would have been so nice if it was always the same. So 696E is the same. The 2D bit is the same. 63, 64, 61, 64. These are also 6s. They are only including letters. Yeah. So let's just take the last number here we have. And let's put it in the cyber chat. I can change what this is supposed to be, right? Oh my goodness. So are these just character sets? Let's start looking here. Length, number of lines. This is annoying. Whatever, let's do this one. Yeah. That's funny. Right. So let's do the other one. Let's do the full one because I didn't manage to copy it all there. So it's still the same, right? So we have the numbers here. So let's do the one from the script that was older. So if we delete the plus here in the middle again, there, and right here, seeding. So what if we run it right now? What if we run it right now? Oh, sorry for the line break. So if I undo, we got a new number here. So sending it again. And now I go for one of the short ones, 26. And this was the hint I needed there to see the pattern of there not being three digits in the number. This was very obvious that it's just a random number again. So instead of being set, it's random. So what I was going to do would still work. So far we haven't checked all the numbers. But let's do like a few steps here. Let's say that first of all we get back our 641s, and let's say that they just let's just change the format of this, right? So and let's add this to the end of whatever we have, which is like 3 digits here. So we can even do it like this to make it more obvious for ourselves, right? So first, how would I convert a number to its hexadecimal representation, right? So we need Google and we need Python, int to hex, int digit, prefixed with a wax. It also Python hex function must have index. Yeah, so we don't want the OX. Well, why did I say int? Because I meant, actually meant a string. String, hex. Character to hexadecimal and back. So, oh, that's funny, but I mean, characters are odd. Char int. Char ord. So I'm starting to get a bit tired. So so we might say this is cheating a little bit. So Python code to convert, and that will actually use our examples here, right? And it will see because it's a computer. From hex. There. So, well, now do the reverse thing. ASCII string encode ASCII. Hex string. Convert byte to hexadecimal string. Convert ASCII string to bytes. Okay. Nice. And this one is called from hex and decode ASCII. And then we have dot hex for this one. Nice. Nice, nice. Let's see if it works. You never know. So, yeah, we're on the right thing. So, our ASCII string is actually not an ASCII string yet. It needs to be. So let's actually do like. I'm thinking, should I write all the code or should I test something first? Let's just write all the code, right? So str id. That's what we want, not this. And we need to. Sometimes it just indents stuff as it's supposed to, you know, and sometimes it doesn't. So instead of hex string, so this is so convert int to ASCII string. The string. Convert to bytes. Well, we know what we have already, right? And let's also do. These are just. Oh, sorry. I pressed Ctrl C instead of Ctrl V, so it broke. This is nice. We could do it in one step, but it's very nice to have it obvious. So first we do the int to string, and we put it in this variable to make it easy to see, right? We could have done dot here, which might be more obvious too, but let's convert to bytes. Convert bytes to hexadecimal. To hexadecimal string. And then we print this. And then we send the hex string into this. There. And we're going through 1 to 640 again. And this is, well, that was not a very nice comment. Let's not do those at all. This is admin. The problem I have is that this is my login name, right? But I do think this is what they will want because of the code of the previous one here. Sorry. Let's tab to this one. And I believe admin is the correct username because of this. The old disabled function that the username is supposed to be admin. So we have a hint here from the old code. And that's why I used it. Otherwise it would just have been a guess, and that would have been like odd, right? By the way, let's hop back to 19. So hex decoding. In cyber chef gives admin the rest are recognized as numbers in ASCII. So we go back to the Python script and modify it. Then we see if we succeed. But I thought, why not make some little notes there, right? So, we don't want to uncomment this. And this is definitely not good. Well, it is good now when we have this fixed. With fixed, I mean, yeah. With fixed, I mean we have actually a cookie now. We have logged in. Do we have? No, we don't have the parameters now for username and password either. So it shouldn't, when we have the cookie, it shouldn't give us the password one. So first time I did this, we'll see what happens. It will just do one of these anyway, so if it doesn't work, we will still only get one. Oh. So we had some output. We're printing the hex string here. We did get the password. I'm just curious, why did it do it several times? It should print the hex string here. Yeah, so the reason, oh, it's not password, it's pass. For that one, no, but this is not the current one. Yeah. So this is interesting, because it did all of them, you see. And the 641 apparently happened by just random chance to be the correct one. Because it printed it all. We have a lot of data. And it says password here. But why does the other one say password too? And if they were saying, oh, I print the response here. I forgot to run this one. Okay, so it's not by chance it exited here, and it's not the last one. It worked. It just I forgot to delete this line. Okay. So if we run it again, we'll send more requests, but we will have an okay output, right? So, by the way, let's look at the so here we have one. Which one was this? That's what I'm looking for. So let's run the print text too. And let's copy the hex string to here, right? So now, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. I'm sorry. So sorry. So we have updated this a bit to convert this number to ASCII string, to convert it to bytes, convert it to hex, put it in the cookie, and send this request. And I by mistake had this not commented, so it printed all the responses until it found the correct one with the password. So it printed all the previous ones too, so we have the password here. But I'm going to run it again anyway. Let's just copy this one first. And I'll put it in the notes. There. So we need, yes, the result in 19.py. So we have the latest 20 password, but let's run this once more, right? Oh my god, poor internet will have to survive another 640 possibly at maximum requests, right? Just because I want it pretty. So now it's quiet while it's thinking. And we have the response here, and we have our number that worked, right? So let's use this one again now at once in bird and see if this is like a number that is the same all the time. No, these are not okay. We need to go back to one with a cookie. Didn't I do these? Yeah. Here. So there. And then we send this one. So it's this number that's the same. It doesn't hop it around, at least not that quick. So we just borrowed someone's session there a bit, like in the fakeness of this. Right, so what? So let's scroll this up. I think this is a bit buggy when I scroll. This doesn't look correct. Oh, that's funny. Well, whatever. Let's just copy this bit, right? Also, this will not be several times. It's a scrolling in this. Okay. Let's like run the script somewhere else, or just run it so we can see the full output. I'm sorry for internet. I will give you a few more requests here. So now we can copy the output. Oh my, I think it copied that. Let's not scroll anything. And let's put it, the full thing here. Script output. There. And we have the thing there. I like this one. I was like, what on earth? What should I do? And then I saw the pattern in this. Well, spaces to see the pattern. Spaces added to see the pattern. There. We can also see A, D. Those kind of like early letters here. And the dash. Nice. Learned a bit more, right? Learned a bit more. So let's of course make it 20. This one there. Then it's 22:34 my time, so I'll go check with my kid who wanted me to like what do you call it? Like on his back, you know, so he can sleep easier. He's had a bit of our trouble sleeping. But he's sleeping in his bed tonight. It's so wonderful. He's been had so much sleeping problems. And he's fallen asleep in his chair. Now he's been sleeping in his bed almost every night. It's amazing. So I'll do anything I can to help him keep doing that. And he wants to fix the hours he sleeps better. So he started getting, you know, trying it. Playing it. That's why I want all the food at once almost there. So, but he's still, I think he woke up at like 12, so it might still be a bit early to manage to fall asleep. So let's go for 20. And yeah, I like this one. It took a bit of thinking, or whatever, what do you want to call it? So let's do the number 20 then. And I'm assuming we will have a debug here too, so why not, you know? Let it just be. Copying the password. Oh look, the debug. So debug gave us information at once there. Let's remove debug and see what it would have looked like. And let's actually copy the tab. And let's change the first one to be without debug. So let's just give it the basic URL. You're logged in as a regular user. We want a screenshot of this, of course, so and we have source again. So not just saying that this is similar to the old one. There's 7. This time let's give it this one too. So we have the debug information here, but it also appear, right? Debug read here too. So it's not identical, the information here in the sessions, license. So is it? Because I believe that the odd look of this is in part, my dark reader. Because I don't want bright light, it's annoying. Anyway, let's assume we didn't see that yet. Don't look at the source. And we have a bit more source to read. Definitely. And no reason really to zoom in here, but it's look prettier in code anyway. So we have code here. So this is PHP.
Particular Dedu says,
Hello, it's possible to increase your mic PLS.
Oh, can't you hear me? Okay. Let's see. So, of course, I can increase the mic a bit. We could try this first. Testing. Yeah, so, if I talk a bit louder like this, it's still not going past. Okay, I'll increase it a bit more. So, I don't know when I lowered it, but I guess this is okay to have it at maximum. Is it the maximum for the mic now? I hope this is better.
It's perfect.
Okay, great. And thank you for telling me it was too low. It's nice to know. So we got the new code here for the new one, so we're going to read it.
Il eut que the French accent.
Yeah, it's kind of funny with all the accents of the TTS. I guess you said a French voice for your TTS, right? Then you got that one. Nice. And also all of them, they have a space before the word H there. We don't have to care about this stuff in the header, it's nothing to do with the level. So we're going to... The debug works as the previous ones, we already noticed. It just prints debug messages when they do use the debug function. The print credentials look similar to the other ones, and we also have an admin one here. I couldn't stop myself. I had to start reading it. I'm going to check with my kid too. We have the same here with the print credentials. If you're an admin, you get the credentials for the next level. And if you're logged in as a regular user, meaning if the session admin is not set to 1, you get to know that you're not an admin. We don't need this. My open path name. Debug my open path name. We don't need this. My close. Debug my close. Okay, so I'm a bit curious on the output here we got, so let's go look at it. So we had a read, my read. Well, let's go back in and look again at the code. So before I get really deep into this, let's me go check with my kid because it will be harder to board later. Yeah, so I just got him some water. He didn't want to pop right now. So, my read. Debug SID. Okay, so if str spn SID. So, first of all, I didn't put this into a file, right? So I think I want this in a file because code is nice at the highlighting. Let's remove that one and we'll continue to type here. So let's make a new file in code because it will automatically make empty files there. So new file, and let's call this 20.py, and let's bye that bit, and here we have it. Is it just me, or is it odd? Oh, I should have. I was just, my brain broke. So of course PHP. I don't know what I was thinking. Too much pi here. So PHP. So why did it go red? Because what? It's a wrong file. This is so annoying. I was like, what? Yeah. Come on. We don't want 18 there, we want to open this one now. What? So let's just delete the whole thing. Let's get this again. Maybe I'm just tired now and missed something obvious. But I think it kind of like remembered that I called it PHP before. Let's just delete the file. What? Recycle bin? What's that? Well, this time I actually like that you chose this. Maybe I can learn to love it. Well, 19 whatever QWERTY .php, right? Just to make sure it's not some kind of odd saved thing. So now it looks okay, right? So it was highlighting it wrong way. So let's save it. And then we rename this. Right, now we rename this 20. Why did I have to go 19 again here? It would have been a problem. So now it still has this as comments and stuff. Oh, nice. There. Oh. So debug, print credentials, the same as we're used to. Only I'm getting really annoyed at this, so let's just do so last time I did it manually, now I'm just going to just replace this with nothing. So bye bye. Right, lots of useless stuff out, removed. Debug and print credentials as they used to. They have stopped us from knowing this bit here because we don't need it. My open and my close. We don't know what they do yet. My read, my write, my destroy, and my garbage. Session set save handler. And it keeps popping up stuff. So this is a bit interesting. So this is a PHP thing. We're going to learn a lot more. Let's look at the PHP manual again and hope for better information this time. Says user level session storage functions. Open, close, read, write. Destroy. So we don't need this S because it's in the list. Let's compare this to ours. It ends with garbage. So GC is garbage collection. 6 of them. So I guess we can scroll here. Yeah. Session handler, register shutdown true. Yeah, so this is not the way I want to read my manual, right? I don't want stuff to pop up when I move my mouse over them. Not that much. Not that fast. Sets user level session storage functions, which are used for storing and retrieving data associated with the session. This is most useful when the storage method of bundle supplier's PHP session is preferred. It is storing session data in a local database. Thinking as two prototypes. Well, we don't need to read all of it. We get what it's doing. That the most important thing is that this sets up this automatic or built-in thingy, right? What we might miss here is that it's actually a session start too. And this is just running this function with this arguments to connect them to our functions up here. But we're not using this one and this one. So destroy and garbage, why not skip those two, right? Because didn't it could stop anywhere? No, it needs those. It's just these that are optional, I guess, from the question marks. Okay, so these are just necessary, that's why they exist, right? Okay, then we know why this is not like some kind of hint for us, it's just because it needs them. And it kind of hopped straight to doing stuff here after these functions. We haven't read them yet. So if name exists in the request, name, Right, let's read the form first here. Submit, change name. And that we can see over here too. If we hop to this should be the basic one, right? So it's just your name, change name. So if we do admin here and change name, we don't get anything. And if we do this in the one with a debug, we get you logged in as a regular user, same as here. The debug is gone. So let's just go back here. That one can be there, it's okay. I just think it's just interesting to see this. Saving a violate PHP session in my sesh, and we saw that it was like said. Let's go back here and let's read the last bit of the main code. If name exists in the session, session name is name. Okay, so let's see. Form action, just double checking. Right, so if we have a name, it sets it here. So on this one, we can see that we have a name here. So we can change the name admin to something else and set change name, and it will be here. So I want to burp this so we can get the feedback better, of course. So let's close these down, right? This one too. Come on. It always wants something there. Let's scroll down to 20. So here we have the post. Let's see, the first here is so these have the cookie. So let's send this one to a repeater, but let's also send something else. The icon. This is the same kind of thing. No, we're still not sending any data. So I'll just click through them. Here's the first post. No, this is something else. Here's the first post. I should limit the scope. Whatever. It's not that annoying, is it? So now we have the name admin here too. So let's send this one to repeater too. Let's just compare. Yeah, so I've actually learned a lot from this. This is just to debug again, which we already had, but
Aim31D says, "Oh, we doing Natas again, not like this."
Oh, you don't like Natas, but this was fun. It was kind of fun. So look at the last one. Let's see if I still have it up in the browser, by the way. Well, we can see
It's
here.
fun.
You can see here. Yeah. So, oh, I didn't take a screenshot. What? Look, the image is like, oh my god. Why doesn't the screenshot pop up in code? Because it wasn't an Obsidian? So this one was kind of fun there. So the session IDs here, I've just split them apart with spaces. So it was like, oh. This was kind of fun. And then this bit here is admin. Right? So we have a PHP script to get it. It was kind of fun, yeah. And now should be in code again. Hopping around. Yeah, so this one. To just get the number here. It was fun. So let's hop to this one now. We have the PHP. We're reading the PHP. From the new one, number 20. So you don't like? Do you like natives or not? It was fun anyway. Let's see if this one is fun. I don't really know the challenges yet. So, this is new to me. We just Googled this.
It's a mixed challenge.
Session set save handler. Mixed challenge. Well, anyway, this bit is web, and I really need to learn web stuff more. So that's great. So I know a lot more about sessions now than I did before this morning. Yeah, we read this. Do you know, by the way, any way to make it not hop this up as quickly? Where was I? Here? It pops things up just after half a second. I would like it to be like 10 seconds. So I can like show someone something and talk about the code and it not popping up things at once. Especially if I'm trying to like select something. Oh, whatever. I'll Google again. There. That. So trying not to have my mouse over anything. Yeah, so just if name exists in the request, is set it to this. And then we noticed also that if you go there when you have set something, it shows it in the form. Or rather, in the result, it's always showing the form for this one, even when you have the other stuff above there. And so we just sent them to repeater, 2 requests. One with was a basic first one, right? Let's send it. So we got the cookie here, and we have the debug here, and it's a get. So we have the my read session file doesn't exist. You're logged in as a regular user. My write. Saving in. So now I can read it more like in a line here. Kind of fun that this ended up here down here. Yeah, so let's do the other one. And this one has a cookie and a name. This one didn't have a name or anything. Yeah, right, and this is also a post. So if we send this one, we won't have the debug. But we still have the message here. By the way, what if I would just do to like say debug equals to whatever, anything, and send this? This won't work, right? No, because it needs to be a get, right? So let's change it. And let's do debug again. And send it again. And then we get all the debug information. We get lots of debug information. Oh, so the debug one was actually in there It's saved in this. Okay, that's funny. Oh, I broke the poor thing. So my reading from, because now it existed. Oh, this is nice. It tells us how this works, right? So it read the debug one here too, that I just randomly added. You can add anything, it will save it. So we might want to restart this one. We could just use a different. If we use this one instead. Let's just send this one here and see what happens. So now we only have name admin because we have this in here too. Session file doesn't exist. Names with admin. Logged in a regular user. So now we need to. I guess we need to do the same thing again. But we have to read the code first because there's definitely something new and cool here that has to do with these. I'm curious to why we have files now, right? Oh. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired there. I'll probably have to go and help my kids sleep soon too. I'll sleep myself sometime. Yeah, 6:43 stream. Okay. Yeah, so this debug just writes debug information if we, have the debug flag there, the get one, and this just prints.
I wonder if we can inject into the session as it looks like an object.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know yet. Let's read the code first. So this is what we have been doing for the last 2 months. We've been just like getting someone else's session that had this set because there's no way to set it, That's what we have been doing. For the 18 and 19. So I'm kind of thinking it looks like we need to set this 1-to-1 again some way. And we probably need to. Yeah. So the previous ones we have the last one it was a pattern in the cookies here in this one that we need to find. So we could just go through them and generate one somewhere reasonable, So first I just looked random. But then I saw like a pattern there, Let's check the code. We don't need this, we don't need this. And then we have the my read and the my write. So these I need to read now. Let's just check here if there was anything else. Name is if name session. Okay, so first it sets it to the session, then it empties it. After the print credential, it empties it and okay. Oh right, so okay, I get it. So so our write here, my write and my read. Also my open and my close we don't need, and we don't need my destroy and my garbage. But it's the open and close that we use. So we're replacing the normal function of saving the session name here. Oh my god, I want to sneeze. Come on. So here we're reading
Was there a
the
custom
name
decoding
back.
based 64 string?
The last one, it was just hex. So it wasn't base 64. I can show it to you again.
No up.
Yeah, I'm going to read it. Yeah, we'll see what it does. Let's go back then. So don't be too fast, because I wanna try it myself. So if I want hints, I will tell you. If I would have asked for it as soon as I thought it was hard to, I wouldn't have learned much, right? So, I've read on this how it works, a tiny bit at least. We added a new line here so we can see the session start.
I don't know this, so just thinking out loud.
Okay, sure. So the session set save handler here. Apparently these three are optional, but these are required. So that's why we have nothing for these, and we only, well, the open and close and destroy, and we only use read and write. So it seems we can just replace the functionality, which is kind of nice. So let's look at it now. I haven't looked at the functions yet. So let's say that save is the first one to look at, right? So my write, data contains the serialized version of session. Okay, so it is like the array of session in a serialized format. But our encoding is better. Okay. So then we have said. So my write said data, and then we can look at the debug here information of write. It's over here. So this is the said here. And then we have, and this looks like, look, it's the same as here, the session ID. Okay, so said is this, right? And or S ID, session ID, right? And then we have the data. This is a data name S5 admin. Okay, so now we know what the data looks like. There's type, and I'm guessing it's a string with 5 characters, and then it gives a string, right? So let's look at the code again. Make sure the SID is alnum only. Okay, alphanumeric. So str SPN. Now maybe we can use this actually for once. So we have the string, we have the characters, and finds the length of the initial segment of string that contains only characters from characters. And of course, it's only supposed to be that, and that's why they compare it to the string length of the full thing. So if it's not the same, it's an invalid SID, and it returns just not true or false. It doesn't write anyway, right? It's a funny thing. I didn't know it could just return. Let's see here. Can it pop up stuff? Yeah, but now I want to know what the default value of return is in PHP, right? So, PHP return. Well. So, let's search for default. Default. Nothing. So it's probably there anyway. Oh, it's more of this odd. It's the same person maybe, so we need another. Let's just read it. Return to program control to the following module. So of course, if no parameter is applied, the parentheses must be omitted and null will be returned. Will return with parentheses, but no arguments were resolved to parser. So, null is what we get. Why couldn't it say, like, instead of a tiny note, say that this is what it will do? So it will return null. If it said it here, I will think no. So it was when I was somewhere else. It was, well, anyway, we'll debug write this if we get this, that it's more other characters than these. File name. Oh my god, it's annoying. So session save path and the PHP plus my sesh dot sed. So they're using this to make a directory for us to save stuff in. And session save path get and or set the current session save path. So it's the default path, and then we create our own file name in there. And the data is set to nothing from being this string that we printed, and saving in file name the new path is written to debug our debug information. Key sort an array by key in ascending order. Okay, so they sort the array. And then for each okay, so let's look at for each. Nothing much here, so we can understand what this does anyway. So an array here is always in PHP is always a key and a value, so we get the key and the value here, and then we write all of the variables in the session array, and we set the data to okay, plus equals to key value and new line. Okay, so let's see what happens with data later. So file put contents. Yeah, so just put this in the file, just there in clear text. Okay, and then we chmod this file too. Oh, we can chmod a file here? Okay. I didn't know PHP could do that. You can. File put contents. So it's identical to calling fopen, fwrite, and fclose successively to write data to a file. So it's a quick version there. I didn't know about this one either. So we just save stuff to a file, right? So let's now see when it's read. What's done with it then? And also there must be something else. Let's see, when we read it. Yeah, so here is when it's saved, the request name here. So we would overwrite our name, and the name is saved in the file. And currently our name is admin. So, and this one does not use a quest name, only here, of course. So, let's go. Yeah. So they kind of start similarly, right? So here, let's just check again. Let's do it with a name switch in a bit, or rather, we can do it now, so you can see what it looks like. So, username, very nice name for a name, right? The best name. And then we get my read. Thus, session file does not exist. Name set to username. So it kind of forgot. We had this before that it just remembered it for like 30 seconds. And then it sets this name, username. So it didn't read the file. That's kind of what I wanted it to do. So let's change this back to admin again. And send. And let's check. And now it had the file. So now it's read this. Reading from. And it reads this name. Which is our session ID in our cookie. And then it read name username. And read nothing on the second line. This is an interesting bit. Name set to admin, because that's what we set it to. So it read the old information here. And then it set it to the new name. And then here at the end, it wrote this to the file. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to look at the next one, because we don't know all the things yet. So let's do the read now. But I'm thinking the write is it's interesting there. It first says the set, which is our cookie. Sorry. And then checks again that it is correctly using only these numbers. And if it's not, it returns this time an empty string. It was a null before. So it says my read. Yeah, I guess it runs this when we start, do the session start, right? That's when it does this. So file name, session save path. And it creates it with set again, which is the same from the cookie. Yeah, so it doesn't, the sed, how is it generated? Well, I'm sorry. Let's read this, because it might make it here, right? But it already has it here. Yeah, so I need to know more about this. Variable of my read. Oh, sorry. But let's continue reading the rest of the code here. So it creates the file name again, and if the file exists, if the file doesn't exist, then it says that in the debug, and it returns an empty string again. There are no variables to get back from the session. There's no session there to get stuff from, and if it doesn't exit here, it will write what the file name was, and file get contents. Here's another smart function with several. Yeah, so okay, so we will anyway get the file contents. Nice name of a function. And this is in data, and then array session. Okay, and then it I'm just curious where session is here. I get annoyed at it popping up and I don't want to. I want it to be slower. So session is an array, okay? For each explode. Separator string limit. Returns an array of strings, each of which is a substring of string formatted by splitting on the boundaries formed by the string separator. Yeah, so we know that it is separated by \n, right, by the new lines, and it is in data here, which is the, let's see, the file contents, of course, right? Because in the other one where we saved it, we got the data in here. So now we're going to do it the other way around. As a line. So then we read the line. We just print it if we're in debug mode. And parts explode. I'm sorry. PHP is too funny for me here. Or maybe it's too late. But now we have a limit here to 2. We can't take more than 2. So I guess that at the first space it uses it as a separator and then it takes the rest. I don't know exactly how this works. Limit, let's see. The returned array will contain a maximum of limit elements, with the last element to contain the rest of string. Yeah, so you can have spaces in there. If the limit parameter is negative, well, it comes at the last. Okay. Right. Okie dokie. Oh my. So this is the parts, and in the parts we have 2 parts. We have the first and the second part, of course. And then it's put into session as the first part is the key and the second is the value. And then session encode, which is something here. Encodes the current session data as a session encoded string. Session encode returns a serialized string of the contents of the current session data stored in the session superglobal. So this is just what to do, you know, I guess. So now I would like to see another example of one of these, just to see how this session encode. Right, so here we have bool string encodes the current session data. So I guess the data is not anything can't be named that, because it was used, or what? Session encode. Then we have the question mark. So let's ChatGPT this line and see if it can answer in without doing 200 lines. So right, so I asked it here to convert this to this in Python. I cheated it because I was like, oh my god, Python functions. I don't want to Google around. Let's do a new one here for this. So we're doing it. Please explain. PHP. So I think I added a new line already there. It's using the no coalescing operator to break it down step by step. Session encode is a PHP function that encodes the current session data string. The string represents all the session variables in serialized format. If the session is active and contains data, session encode returns data as a string. And if there is no session data, session encode returns false. So I'm more curious, well, what this... Maybe we should check what it once returned first, of course. The question mark colon operator is a shorthand for an operator that you only want to check if a value is false. Okay, not false, but falsy. Empty string, and provide the alternative if it is. Okay. So yeah, it just sets it to an empty string if there's nothing in any of these ways. Yeah, so expression equivalent to expression 1, expression 1, expression 2. Yeah. Okay, well, we don't need to know anymore. It's just annoying to read more. So, since we set the session here, I'm thinking, why do we need this? This is what I'm thinking. And let's look at the help here for this. And this is the my read is the third one. It's read, which is very logical, of course. So let's see, what more can we see about the read? So this doesn't really help. I want to get information about the read. What is it supposed to, what is the function, what's necessary for the function to work? Yeah, here. So read is string, which we kind of knew from the empty there, and the string return. But how does it actually work? The read callback must always return a session encoded serialized string or an empty string if there is no data to read. Yes. Okay. The callback is called initially by PHP when the session starts, or when session start is called. Before this callback is invoked, PHP will invoke the open callback. The value this callback returns must be in exactly the same serialized format as it was originally passed for storage to the right callback. The value returned will be serialized automatically by PHP and used to populate the session superglobal. While the data looks similar to serialized, please note that it's a different format which is specified in the session serialized handler in its setting. Yeah, so let's now look at the next function here, which is the scroll, up, down, up. The session encode. And not this way. This time we're going to copy it and search. Because why is this necessary? And I guess that it will take the session and just encode it, but it's like it's redundant, you know? Encodes the current session data as a session encoded string. Returns a serialized string, contents of the current session data stored in session, so blah blah. So we put stuff in session manually, and then we return the string. Why? Why? Is that some kind of backwards compatibility thing? Why? Would it do the same thing we already did? Why would it? Because we use this to send it there. So we're like doing something we don't need to. And what is the format it will use? Let me see the format. So here, this is the format. This is the format we see there, of course. So we see this format here. On the right. And this is what we write. And when we later read this, here, it looks like this. Name, username. So this will put a space in there in the file. This is a file thing. I'm just thinking, let's look at the my write again. My write. So the my write debug information. It's the data here. It's the serialized version of session. This is what we get when we later save it. So this is what we get here, right? So this is saving, and this is then like loading it back from the session. And this puts it to the file, and this gets it from the file. So, what I don't get is why we don't like just do that. Why don't we save that in the file? We're done. Key value. It looks like this. Here, key value. This is at the bottom. And then they add key space value to the file. And this is what we then read from the file. But what's put in the variable? So again, data that we get here. Let's look at the my write too in here. So my write or write here this string data here must be the serialized version of the session super global. Yeah, it is. Yeah, well, I guess they're just using a built-in function. But isn't this what is supposed... I'm a bit curious what happens after this.
I'm guessing you're overthinking. The debug output gives a hint, I think.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand it before I understand what they want to do, you know? So I'm just thinking they're, like, I want to know what PHP does after my read is finished. That's what I want to do. And I'm assuming that they put this into the session again, you know? Which is like, so this sounds redundant. Huh? Okay, let's think you'll solve the problem now. It's okay. I know enough of how it works, I think. Right? So let's look at here at this. So what we need to do is to get the admin to be 1. And how could we do this? We can only do this again by like getting someone else's session. Meaning we need to read someone else's file.
If you want to understand the code and the execution chain, then keep going.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but it's the same thing. In this code that we have, we don't set admin to anything really, right? But we need to have admin. Where is the print credentials here? So session needs to contain an admin that has the value of 1. Well, it's not resetting this one. Let's just set it and see what happens, right? The other one reset it. That's what the problem was then. If it's just to set it, that's kind of stupid though. Well, let's try. Right. It saved when I did the debug one, so we should just let's admin equals to 1 and send this. And we're a regular user, and then it didn't write this. Okay. So what I did before was to post it. Let's try and just send it once more and see what happens. Yeah. And if we go back, is it this one or is it this one? It's this one. So if we go back to the post here, I just had debug 1 here. So if we just do admin 1, I was just testing to run it. So then we change this one to be a get, and send it again, and we have an undefined offset 1. This is interesting. Oh, did it skip the debug? Right. So let's add debug, of course, again. We don't get anything if we don't do debug. Oh, sorry. So now we have a lot of information here. It read admin equals 1 space. Okay. And name admin. So it thinks admin equals 1 is the name of it. Here is a string with 0. That doesn't work. But it's funny that it did this, you know. Let's go back again. It's very odd. I'll have to look at the code. So why did we get that funny result? I was just going on what we had before. We need admin to be 1, not admin equals 1 to be nothing. So when it saves, this reads from the file. When it writes to the file, it gets the data here. So how did I manage to get that into the session? It's a bit buggy. It feels like it was a buggy thing. Let's read this. So name, it checks for name here. And then it does again session name, right? And here's also session name. So it only looks, this bit is only request name and session name. So whatever else is in the request, when is it put into the session? So do we have anything about request here? I don't think so. I think we don't have anything. Is this some kind of default background behavior that I don't know anything
Zarsik
about
says,
yet?
I think you were missing an end in your post request.
Was I? Okay. So this is the post. Did you mean the get? So here is the get.
No, I meant the post.
Okay. So all of these are gets. The post was, let's see, we have 2 posts, 3 posts now. This was the first, and then we did this. And this one added debug one, I think.
You're currently assigning admin debug equals 1 to name.
Okay, let's look again. So this, I think this worked, you know, with the debug here. And then I think
You prob
exactly
intended to do name equals admin and admin equals 1.
Here. Okay, so you need to, but how come this worked then?
Aim31D says. Yes.
Yeah, so let's add an and here instead. Okay? If we send this then. This is the post, and then we change it to here, and then we have it up here instead, and we add debug so we can see more, because we don't get much output here. So now when we send it, we have name admin. If we send it again, no, but I think I can trick it with this. Yeah. I think I understand. So we need to sheet it. We actually need the new line here, but we need a space here. So when it reads it back in, it will read this. Let's try. Right. So we send the post. We switch to get. We add debug. And then we send this. And now we have admin 1. So fixed.
Zarsik says. You got it.
Yes.
Aim31D
says. So it put it in the file, and when it read it back from the file, the space was the delimiter. And the new line. That's why it worked the first time. I was like, why did this work? And only with a post, So now we know. That was cool, and I have to document it in my notes.
Zarsik says. It's sort of like object injection.
That I've never heard of. But I'm sure. Yes, we're editing, we're like formatting our data we send.
Well done.
And it was like by mistake that I got it, because my first test there with adding debug, So nice. I wonder if I would have understood it otherwise. Yeah, probably, but it would have taken more time. But we could just add something after the one here. That's the trick.
Yeah, you're corrupting the serialized data, and when that gets read back, you inject another admin equals 1 variable.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so let's make notes on it, and then maybe since it's like midnight now, I should probably stop streaming. Get some sleep and get an earlier morning tomorrow, even if it's vacation times. So let's see, we have a 20, and we have
Aim31D says. It's not even 12 smile.
Yeah, right, it's 6 minutes. I'm sure we'll do the next one in 6 minutes. I'll start looking at it, okay? But these take a bit of time. It is not, especially since I want to really learn all the things, So now I learned a lot of things about how session works. And before, whichever one was the first one with sessions, I was like, okay, we'll just change this session data locally. I didn't know it was saved on the server, That's where I was, so. And it didn't say in the help. So finally I found it at the v3 information about one of the session commands. Reading the code. We see the format. That is red. And written to the, well, session file. Let's go to session file. So I'm thinking, how can I, like, more logically than like by mistake, find this in logically? Well, just reading it carefully, I guess. So, since I was just testing first that this only works with the gets, right? And when can I
Zarsik says,
scroll this?
M out, great stream.
Thank you, and welcome back, and good night. So, let's see, this was the first one. And this is where I tested to add debug here, just like to confirm it didn't work as a debug. And now it's several posts after here, but I think that this would be the get after that. No, it's all like messed up in the ordering, you know. So I want to have the, like, logic of it. And this was a hint to me too. So yeah, and this was there in between. But how do I explain this in a good way? That's a successful one, and then we have a few more, and I should get the oh my. Maybe I shouldn't even try to find it anymore. How many did I do? This is the last one. Yeah, so we can see all of these. It reads the new one too. I'm going to the start again. Let's doing it logically here. So if we were to do this again, right? So first, or should I just do the one we got? Because when I look at this again, I might not remember it all. That's why I'm thinking adding those is kind of nice, you know? So this is the, let's do HTTP. So post is this, I guess, is what we had originally. So I'm thinking caught by burp. Well, proxied by burp. We have to, well, change request type. as usual by now. So, and after we did that, that's like the last one. And I think I might have, I already did it in the browser. But I'm glad I sent this one over. So, but I also tested adding an extra line in the post request. So, I'm thinking the earlier ones, let's look at like anything with 2 inputs. Do I have anything like that? Wherever. Here, do I have like the response for this? Or like the request? No, because I've always done the debug bit, right? So we don't have those. Yeah, let's do this. So, let's open this again in a new tab, which is very funny that we can't duplicate a tab, we can send it to repeater again. And then we change this one to post, then we get this string here. And I didn't think of this, right? I didn't think of this. So let's change it back again. +1 equals. Yeah, it said that, did it? If we undo instead, can we undo? Yeah, so it actually says that up here. Which is a bit funny. Right, so I'm thinking maybe this will be too long and too much copy pasting for it actually. Now I'm assuming, yeah, we're past midnight and my kid will want help sleeping, so, and he's not asked for it yet, so I might to get more data. So let's actually put one of those here so that we have an example of the data, what it looks like. Right, let's take one with a lot of information. This might not be the best one since this is the last, but let's actually copy this one. Yeah. So, copy. Sorry for the messiness here, but there, and there, LSHTTP, and delete. I should do this from this direction instead, right? But we still get the scrolling problem. So, and here we have the Am I like blind? Here, username and password. It's harder to read when it's all red and green. So I'm going to put more information in there in between. So, there. So before this last one, I want the request, final response. Oh well. Let's just explain it instead. We change request type. First, debug out. So I'm going to add that later. Then we do. When reading the output of a few requests, the format of the text file was clear. Well, and also from the code. Well, let's do especially from also reading the code, right? So here, let's key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2. When the data is read in from the file, it is split on lines and the first space on the line. The same is done when writing. But not when getting the what do we call them usually? Well, when getting them from the request, there we can have new lines. In the value. So let's scroll back up here. So when we get the name here, This is just doing straight up. So I'm trying to copy this, which should be simple, and scroll into the right place. So when this later is written to file, well, let's just say this is not done when getting them from the request. But I was copying the wrong thing, or cutting at the wrong place. This is not them getting them from the request. When this later is written to the file, it is written on 2 lines, making it 2. I'm thinking variables, but it's not really that, right? Well, let's call it session variables then. Getting 2 session variables when read. So, and then we want the 3 files here. So we first have the post, and then we have a get, and that final response. So let's upload it to this one. This is the final one, and this is a very ugly one too. So we'll probably have emptied the memory here, right? Oh boy. Yeah. So everything is set from to start. So this is the post. Yeah, I can just delete when I end up in those lines, right? So so this is the post. So let's redo it here. So we're posting this. Send. And then we change this to a yeah, and we get this here, which is correct then, right? So it's actually okay. To hold it there and then send. So right, let's actually do it once more. And this raw, it looks less pretty there. So first I'm just pasting this in get here. So let's leave it to time out a bit. Right, we prefer the debug, but this is okay too. So we don't want this with debug. Well, that's the whole thing of it, right? We want the debug. And let's just do it. Change to get and add debug. So we see all the nice things. So we see all the details. And I think that is the output that I have. Yeah, my reading from. I'd like the pretty one, really, right? So, should we prettify it a tiny bit? Just break the lines after the BRs here, right? So we can see how it's read. BR. And then there's a tree there. So we have the debug, but we don't have pretty debug print here, so let's fix that too. Debug. 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 So what I'm thinking is to leave it to timeout so it is not logged in, you know? And we can just do this by not using a cookie. But I want to, so we'll just see if it is timed out now. But I think it's clear what it looks like here now, right? And with what I wrote. So I want the test to run only this, but twice. Right? So also we could just test to run this twice from the browser. Let's do that anyway. Well, we're giving this a bit time to time out. So, let's just skip the extra PHP here. So, native 20, correct. And then we have the debug, and this is a GET request, you know. So we never post it at all. We just send it name admin, admin +1. And then we send the same thing again. But let's actually screenshot this thing first. And I'm not sure if this is saved. Come on. I'm starting my image program because I don't want to paste it in my notes. It was actually, it worked. So let's run it again. Session file doesn't exist. So name admin, and then we run it once again. Yeah, so it's not writing it. So we need to do the post. Anyway, this didn't work. Now we can try it for real. Because we have better control over. So get only, and this, if it still works, we will just get the same stuff back. But if it doesn't work the first time, we will still see what it saves now, right? It's just name admin. So we never get this feedback because we're not doing a get with the post. That's what I want. I want that feedback. And I can't get it. So sending it again. So reading, writing. Yeah, so it won't work. So let's hop back then. And let's do the post. So we send the post. And we don't get the debug feedback. Then we send the get. And we get the username and password. And I didn't add the debug here. So, but it doesn't matter. We have already, I think, all the output. Let's just, I think we'll skip this one. Yeah, we don't need that one. So if it would have been working, I wanted it to have the one previous. They thought it wouldn't, but I wanted to test it to be sure. So, final response. Change the get and add debug to see the details, which is not necessary to add the debug. Then we can see when it reads back the data here. That it has 2 lines. So the admin had new line space. So if we could have just added this into the post box with a new line. Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from these. It's great. I love it. First debug out. Yeah. I said I'd try to find it. So, debug name admin. Yes, I think with the first debug out, yeah, I might have meant this. Let's see. So, session file doesn't exist. Name set admin. Yeah. Let's take one of these. So I'm pressing Ctrl C several times now since it didn't work, So and we can see how long I was doing this. 21, 51. So I actually got. No, it's wrong. The time is wrong, of course. So 20. It's 1 hour off. It's GMT, which is 1 hour off. So it's not my time. This was 22:51. Or is it 2 hours off? It's probably 2 hours off, right? Because it wasn't like several hours since I got the password for the first time. So if we send one now, I have all the data. Let's see what time. Yeah, so it's 22:25 now. So we're 2 hours off. So this was 30 something minutes ago. It was like, how slow was I really? When I saw this one, 21. 33, well. So yeah, let's take a quick look at the next one, and I hope I won't get too like enchanted by it. So let's see. The notes look like this. Now we have the code. We have reading the code to see that the format is read and written to the session file. Post proxy verb. We change the request type to get the bug data. The first to big out. We're reading output of a few requests from the text files, clear especially from reading the code. There's a extra line there too. When the data is read from the file, it's split on lines, and the first space on and then on the first space on the line. It's not done when getting them from the request. There can be new lines in the value. This is letter written to the files. It's written to lines making two session variables when read back next time. There. So the first post, change to get an debug to get the details there, to get all how it's reading the lines. Well, and also saving them again. And there it's sorted it on names. So we can see that this was the first time it was written. Here we can also see how the how the variables were sorted onto names. So the read in here was really the first to read time from the file. So now let's get to the page and get a screenshot at least today. Well, today, oh my god, it's already midnight, meaning I should really be sleeping now. So this was great. I learned a lot of the number 20. So this is what 21 looks like. I did that before. It's so annoying when I'm looking at so I press enter here and then it sends it, you know. And you should use to just have it. Made this 21 experimenter. Okay, now this website is co-located at. So let's open the co-located website. Let's do natives 21 and paste again. Okay. Interesting. And there we have a view source code, and here we have users. So, this is so cool. I want to continue playing it once, but I'm not allowing myself to. I have to sleep. Oh, I want to play. So, let's just make the screenshots that I said I would. I'll get to play tomorrow. So I failed copying the path. So now I click Ctrl 3 times and it worked. So let's go to this one. We got the new one. So click. And let's see a screenshot. Oh, I saw it. We can copy the code today too, right? I promise not to read it. Just make it. Put it here. Just put it here. So I'm assuming the same source code. No, it is probably the same code, but it is different links. So it's actually different. Nice. So let's copy this one. Alright. That first space. And that's the source for this one. And then we have the source for the other. How am I supposed to wait until tomorrow? I'm not supposed to read this, so close it. Well, I guess I won't close it because let's stream tomorrow too, of course, right? Let's check stream up here. Let's see, we have TTS and we have 8 hours. How did it become 8 hours? And it's like not a lot of people here, but 5. Totally. Oh gosh. So let's go to this and see if we have anyone else streaming. Oh, we have Breaksec! Yeah! Yeah, that's perfect. So let's see here. Let's OBS. There. And go to user tab until we have. So you don't have to see the ads too. If we want the URL for YouTube, so YouTube, here you have a great streamer. You can hop onto the stream there instead.
Fixit42 live says https://www.twitch.tv/breaksec.
Yeah, and we're rating. And thank you everybody. Alright, I should always be in my own stream too, right? So where am I? There. Oh, we got something here. What is this? Oh, we got something here. What is this? So I got this gift subscription to something, I don't know what it is. By the way, I don't think if you hop onto the stream after, I don't think it counts, but I will be ready. I hope so. Because it's always nice to see you. Okay, bye everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having fun and learning with me. Thanks for teaching me stuff and hopefully learning a lot with you. Today was really a learning day.